including the team from the officials. I believe that we've gave you sufficient time to connect. I will now request the acting city manager, Dr. Sandile Mnguni, to read the notice of convening this council meeting. Thank you, Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you very much, Babu Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Babu Mayor, Mamu Whip, members of the executive, honorable councillors, Amakosa Sendlunkulu, city manager, officials, and members of the public and the media. I greet you all. The notice is as follows. In terms of Section 29(1) of the Local Government and Municipal Structures Act, number 117 of 1998, as amended, members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the EThekwini Municipal Council will be held on Thursday, 30 July 2026 at 10 o'clock through Microsoft Teams to be streamed from Durban City Hall.
All rise.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation.
take a few seconds for prayers and meditations. Yeah, thank you. May take your seats. Thank you very much for that. Let's welcome all of you, council members. Sibingelele, sibonge nakumakhosi asendlunkulu who are part of this meeting. Sibingelele ku acting city manager uDr Mnguni nethimba lonke labasebenzi bakamasipala nomkhandlu weTheku abayingxenye yomhlangano ngokuhlukahlukana kwamazinga negaba abavela kuzo, members of the public that are following us through our live streaming. Thank you very much for connecting. Our council meeting is officially opened. We will move straight to announcements while whips of political parties are preparing themselves to present the report to confirm quorum from their respective party caucuses. While we are taking announcements and the applications for leave of absence till item 8, then after item 8, before we move to item 9, I will request all party whips to be ready to report to council so that we confirm quorum before we take minutes. I'm just alerting you, councillors, so that you prepare yourselves while we're dealing with other items. Thank you very much. We will now read the official announcements. May I have your attention, please? Council is very proud of the city for being entrusted with the privilege to host the 46th Ordinary Summit of Heads of States and Government of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, to be held on the 17th August at the Inkosi Albert Lutuli International Convention Center, the IEC. The summit is preceded by the 2026 annual SADC Industrialization Week, currently taking place from the 27th of July to the 31st of July 2026. This long week program brought together policymakers, business leaders, investors, academia, researchers, development finance institutions, to advance industrial development in the SADC region. The city having to host such a big conference is a clear indication the municipality is really at work, doing great to attract summits of this caliber. Well done to the EThekwini Municipality. Council wishes to extend its gratitude to the Head Legal and Compliance Directorate, Mr. Malusi Mhlongo, for diligently serving the council over the number of years. Mr. Mhlongo has been appointed as the Executive Director in the Office of the City Manager, effectively from the 1st of August 2026. The legal guidance and support provided to the council by Mr. Mhlongo throughout these years is highly appreciated, and we wish him all the best with his next assigned responsibility as the Executive Director. Siyabonga kakhulu Njomane, wenza umsebenzi omuhle. Egameni labantu baseThekwini, we wish you all the best. Council, to note that there was a vacancy reported at the last meeting due to the withdrawal of Councillor Ismail membership for his political party, the Active Citizen Coalition, the ACC. The said vacancy has been filled by Councillor Yunus Said, We would like to welcome Councillor Said as a member of the council. I believe he is part of the meeting. This is the first meeting he is attending as a councillor for the EThekwini Municipality. Members are reminded that as we are convening this meeting through the MS Teams, councillors, you are requested, as we normally remind you, that you must ensure that you connect in a decent environment with no disturbance to be caused by the surroundings. It also being noted that some of the council matters are of the confidential nature. Councillors to be presentable, since this is still a formal council meeting. If you want to speak, you are expected to raise your hand. You will be recognized by the speaker. When requested to speak, you are expected to unmute yourself or your microphone after we have unmuted yourself from this side. We request all council members to switch off the video camera to improve stability in the network. We're also reminding you to connect in the area with a stable network, since some of the technical glitches we normally experience while we are in council meeting are not necessarily coming from City Hall streaming, but in the areas where individual councillors are connecting. We request all of you council members to stay connected for the duration of the meeting so that we maintain quorum, because if you don't stay connected, quorum will be affected. Once quorum is affected, the council can proceed with its meeting if it's not correcting. Councillors, you are also requested to complete the attendance register. It is posted on the MS Team chat. If you are experiencing any challenge or any difficulty, please contact the team from the Secretariat that will assist you so that you sign the attendance register. Thank you very much, councillors. Those were the announcements. There's no speaker's report. It means we'll jump item 6 because there were no much activities in the month of July. We will jump item 6 and move to item 7, which are the applications for the leave of absence. Acting City Manager will read those leave of absence. Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. I've got the following, starting with Councillor ZR Sokabase, who is away, municipal business. And then we've got Councillor NP Shomuga, indisposed. And then next one is Councillor MS Nkosi, personal commitment. Councillor E Ngadi, indisposed. Councillor BH Shange, personal commitment. Councillor N Kuboni, indisposed. Councillor M Johnson, indisposed. Councillor Ngumalo, personal commitment, and Councillor M.E. Tusi, indisposed. Those are the apologies I received, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni, for that. These are the leave of absence councillors we have received. They are all agreed, councillors.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Leave of absence have been accepted. Now, the next item is confirmation of minutes. We have the one set for the special meeting, then the other one is for the meeting that was an ordinary meeting on the 7th of July. But before we do that, as I have requested earlier, that I will request political parties or whips of parties to confirm the numbers so that we check whether do we meet quorum or not. I will now request the team to flight the screen so that we we can invite political parties to confirm the quorum. I'm sure, colleagues, you are all ready. Let's start as per the order as it appears on the screen. We'll invite the whip of the ANC to confirm numbers. ANC. Let's move to the DA.
We are 51, Speaker. Good day to everyone.
Thank you. DA 51, EFF. IFP. IFP.
Speaker, my mic has just been disabled now.
Okay. Badinyagoso.
On behalf of the EFF Speaker, we are 17 currently. Others are trying to log in. I think there's one that is trying to log in. Others have put a leave of absence. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovu, for that. IFP, are you ready?
Greetings, Speaker, and greetings to colleagues as well as everyone from the officials. As IFP, we are 6 for now. Some are trying to connect. We update you.
Thank you, Councillor Kuala, for that. Action SA.
Good day, it's Councillor Y. Sayed. On behalf of ACC, we are 2.
2, thank you. APC.
Greetings, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. It's actually says 2. APC 1.
Speaker,
Right?
the Action SA, they never say anything. There is the ACC that they say too.
Oh, I'm not feeling the ACC is after APC.
Ivele yasho kuqala nje nami ngakasho.
Okay. When I said Action SA, I thought the speaker who responded was responding on behalf of the Action SA. Let's deal with the Action SA first before we go to ACC. Can I get a confirmation from Action SA? Okay. Let's move now to ACC.
Speaker, it's Y. Sayed, Councillor. On behalf of ACC, we are 2.
2, thank you. ACTP.
Greetings, Speaker. This is Councillor Isop. On behalf of the ACDP, we have 2 councillors present today. Thank you.
2 councillors present. Now, this is AIC. AIC? DLC?
DLC is present, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. ADEC? ADEC? APF,
APF present, Speaker.
thank you. ATM, ATM, Al-Jama, Al-Jama, JEP, KZNI, MF,
Present.
thank you. Mosa, NFP,
Ngithuba somlomo sikhona, thank you.
PFP, PRM,
Speaker PFP present.
thank you. PRM, PRM, Nongalo, siyabonga, sayithola i-chart, Baba Msweli. TA,
TA is present, Mr. Speaker.
thank you. UIM, Freedom Front Plus,
Freedom Front Plus, present, Speaker.
thank you. The Independent,
Present, Mr. Speaker.
thank you. MKP,
Speaker, UIM present.
UIM is present, thank you. Okay. Yeah, HNSA, they just confirmed from our chart there are 4. Yeah, thank you for that. You can use our chart, councillors. Yes.
Honourable Speaker.
KZNI is present, thank you. Who is speaking?
Councillor Mwango.
Yes, Councillor Mwango.
Honourable Speaker, we're going to have these delays because we don't do what you agreed long ago, that whips of parties and caucus leaders will be enabled so that they can able to respond when you ask questions. It doesn't happen, Speaker, and that is why we have a problem. Actually, yes, we've been trying to speak and we've been blocked from speaking. So the mic must always be enabled for whips and caucus leaders so that we're able to respond to your questions, Speaker. Can we do that moving forward?
Yeah, it
Thank
has
you.
been done, Councillor Mwango, from the beginning. We still maintain the agreement that we made, that when we are inviting party whips, we unmute their microphone. They are expected to unmute themselves when they're being invited. We have done that. It may be on your side, no, it's fine. We apologize for that. But all party whips, their microphone were open. Let's conclude the confirmation of the quorum, councillors. I think we are left. Can you check, Zo? Who's left now? Yeah. Al-Jama, you have not yet confirmed. Is Al-Jama present? AIC, are you present? I take it they're not available today. Thank you. ANC? Yeah, Councillor Shanga, your hand is up. You are recognized and you've been unmuted this side.
Kwi-ANC somlomo usakhona basakhona kulobi ngigcine bewu-71 ngisaqewu-check-a namanje ukuthi sebengenisiwe yini.
Engamuka mukhuluma Councillor Shanga uzwakali kahle. Can you confirm the number of councillors that are part of the meeting?
Seku-72.
It's about 72. Thank you for that. Can you check Christine? Okay. Can you check numbers for me, please? We do have quorum. Thank you, councillors. We have 170 present in our meeting. We do have quorum. We will start with the minutes for the special meeting that was on the 29th of June, 2026. We'll start with 29th of June. Let me check yes. We'll start with corrections, councillors. If there are any corrections, minutes have been circulated to all of you from page 6925. The last page is 6935. 6925, the first page. The last page is 6935. If there are corrections, please raise your hand, refer us to a page and the paragraph for the corrections. The first set of our minutes. If there are no corrections, councillors, without wasting any time, I will invite the hand that will move for the adoption of these minutes. For the first set.
Speaker, I move. Councillor Syed.
Councillor Syed to move. Any seconder?
Councillor Mien, second.
The minutes have been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Before we deal with the matters arising, let's process the second set for the meeting that was on the 7th of July 2026. The first page is 6936. The last page is 7091. Any corrections, councillors? If there are any corrections, refer us to a page and the paragraph. If there are no corrections, because we have read all the minutes, again, I will move for the hand that's second the adoption of the minutes. Any mover?
Move, Councillor Syed.
Councillor Syed to move. Thank you. Any seconder?
Councillor Mhlongo, second.
Councillor Mhlongo, second. Thank you very much. The next item will be matters arising. The next item will be matters arising. If there are any matter, evuka ema-minutini singayivusa from the first set, le yangomhlaka 29 ezivukayo, mhlaka 7 nakhona. If there's any matter arising from the minutes, please, you can raise up your hand and raise any matter. There are no hands. Thank you very much. On item 11, these are questions in terms of section 27 of the Rules of Order. We have questions. Questions start from page 5. I think there's only question, Belinda. Yeah, there's only one question. From page 5, this question is from Councillor Z.A. Solomon from Ward 66. Is Councillor Solomon present? Is
She's present, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Solomon?
She is present, but not unmuted.
Okay, can Councillor Solomon please raise your hand? Can you please unmute her? Yes, you are now unmuted. Please unmute yourself, Councillor Solomon. Okay. Councillor Solomon, you are now unmuted.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Apologies for that.
Thank you. We wanted to confirm whether you are part of the meeting. Thank you very much for that. We can hear that you are part of the meeting. I will invite responses from the questions from the relevant cluster. Over to you, councillors. Whoever is going to respond on the first question.
Greetings, Speaker, and all the councillors. The answers of the questions from Councillor Solomon. First question, and the answer is yes, we are aware payment delays were caused by the implementation of the new online system, which negatively impacted on suppliers' cash flow, resulting on burial delays. On question 2, no backlog currently exists for burials. 3 cremations are pending due to outstanding documentation and will be processed once all documents are received. Answer for question 3. Invoices are now up to date with the regular weekly payments made. We are not aware of any loved ones in hospital mortuaries. From June 2026 to date, 26 families were assisted. And the last answer, the implementation and integration of the online payment system is complete. Staff are fully trained and its operation. We do not anticipate any further delays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mungati. Please email those responses to Councillor Solomon as per the norm.
We'll definitely do that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mungati. We are now on item 12. These are reports from the Executive Committee. They've got a number of reports, but I will invite His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Cyril Xaba, to table the first report of the Executive Committee. Your Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's Deputy Mayor here.
Thank you,
His
Deputy
Worship,
Mayor.
His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Cyril Xaba, Whip of Council, Councillor Snegugu Sishange, Honorable Councillors, Acting CM, Dr. Mnguni, Esikhuleke Makhosini Asendlunkulu, the residents of EThekwini, members of the media. It is a privilege for me to present the first report of the Executive Committee. I thank you.
Morning all. If you want to come to the front so we don't have to shout so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, for that, I will now invite the Acting City Mayor, Dr. Mnguni, to present the first item in the report.
Thank you. The first item is 1.1, request for authority to reprioritize 26-27 capital budget for contract 1R-46337, upgrade and widening of Old North Coast Road in Ward 110. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. There are a few speakers in my list. The first speaker is from the DA, Councillor R. Bosman. From the IFP is Councillor Kuala, UIM, Councillor Singh. Then there's Councillor Maharaj, MF, ANC, Councillor Mwengwe. In that order, Councillor Bosman.
Good morning, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Councillor.
Speaker, colleagues, the Democratic Alliance stands firm in its opposition to this latest request to shift municipal funds. Let us be clear, we will always champion the development of our city's infrastructure. However, building a city does not mean writing a blank check for administrative incompetence and non-existent accountability. The old North Coast Road upgrade in Glen Anil Phase 1 was supposed to be completed by June 26. 99% of the approved contract of the initial 222.9 million rands had been utilized by the end of April 2026. That is 222.7 million rands already spent, while local businesses and residents remain in perpetual state of chaos and gridlock. Early in May, the project was said to be near completion. A mere matter of days later, the budget was completely dry. Contractors sent off site because they could not be paid, and all operations ground to a halt. At the end of May, this council approved an additional 27 million rands exclusive of VAT to enable this vital project to continue, and was suspended to mid-May. The additional 27 million rand and VAT portion of 4,050,000 rands, equaling 31,050,000 additional rands, to be reprioritized from 3 other delayed projects, namely Brickwork Phase 2, Oceans Umhlanga, and Cornubia Boulevard, which are also delayed to mismanagement. These delays do not exist in isolation. These glaring case studies in the widespread breakdown of municipal governance. Rather than enforcing fiscal discipline from the outset, this administration has turned budget reprioritization into a tool to mask poor execution of basic deliverables. We have entered a dangerous cycle where robbing Peter to pay Paul is considered normal management. Sacrificing one critical local development to temporarily patch up another is not a sustainable financial strategy. Each successive administrative failure is a declaration of moral and institutional bankruptcy. The real casualties of this approach are communities we serve who are left with broken promises and ballooning expenses. What concrete guarantee do we have that this road will ever be completed? How many more deadlines must pass, and how many more vital local projects must be gutted simply because this administration cannot scope, budget, or manage a project properly from day one? The DA demands a return to fundamental governance principles. Public infrastructure must be effectively planned, fully funded, and executed with professional precision. Our residents deserve absolute transparency, rigorous oversight, and projects delivered on time and within budget. Crucially, we must introduce real consequence and management systems to this chamber. When public money is squandered through administrative neglect, those holding the pen must be held liable. The rate-paying public should not be forced to subsidize ongoing systemic and administrative failures. Mr. Speaker, the DA urges this council to draw a line in the sand. We must restore structural financial discipline, clamp down on lax oversight, and abandon this repetitive and reactive approach to municipal budgeting. We refuse to accept a solution that cannibalizes other essential services across EThekwini. Our residents deserve leadership rooted in accountability, fiscal responsibility, and sustainable governance. I thank you.
Yes, Councillor Kwaleya, number 2. I'm sure your mic is unmuted.
Sibonga Somlomo. Mhlambe noma esekhulumile omningi uza kwethu. Mhlambe iyona iyadida leSomlomo. Kodwa ke SIP will support in terms of service delivery kumele iqhubeke. Kodwa kuyakhomba ukuthi khona la esinama glitches within our municipalities because economic development and planning committee kumele ngabe uyayi-understand kangcono yena le yelokhuzana ye-budget ne-construction ma izothatha umsebenzi or ma bezo-execution umsebenzi because sinawo engineering whereby accuracy in terms of execution of contract makwenziwa indaba zemgwaqo nokunye. Yet ke understand ukuthi kukuphi la sifike sihleshe khona ekutheni iminyango yethu ikwazi ukusebenzisana ukuze izosiphiphela into eyiyona. Ngoba masikhuluma ngo-27 million that was supposed AI-approve ngolokhuzana ngo-2025, 2026. Then namanje sisakhuluma ngo-27 million. Then you don't understand ukuthi why le mali besiba accuracy while umsebenzi sisho ukuthi it's a 99.9% kwi-authority ye-contract esesiyispendile. So I add up at all. Kodwa siyabona ukuthi it's an alignment engekho within our systems. Esifisa ngathi nga-upgrade ngoba asikwazi ukuthi delay service delivery. Kodwa kufanele si-align thina within i-cluster yethu with ama-systems yethu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwara. Councillor Singh, UIM.
Speaker, we are looking at a textbook case of gross financial mismanagement. By April this year, this municipality had already spent 99.9% of the 222.9 million contract authority on the old North Coast Road upgrade. How is this possible that this project is virtually fully funded but nowhere near finished? Because of this oversight failure, works were suspended in mid-May, and now we are asked for an additional 31.05 million just to get the machines moving again. To cover this hole, the city is raiding other vital developments. We are stripping 22.5 million from Kenobia Boulevard, 8.5 from Brickworks, and 2 million from Oceans Umhlanga. The UIM stands for direct accountability. We cannot continue robbing Peter to pay Paul, to hide financial planning failures. Our residents deserve a governance that finishes what it starts without begging for more money mid-contract. We must stop the bleeding of ratepayer funds and hold officials responsible for the overrun accountability. The UIM cannot and will not support this.
Councillor Maharaj.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while the MF supported the request for additional funding for this critical infrastructure, the MF is against diverting municipal revenue to meet provincial obligations, as this practice starves service delivery. The MF accordingly rejects the recommendation. Should the item be approved, the MF calls upon National Treasury to deduct monies from the provincial allocations to settle the provincial debt owed to the municipality. Thank you.
Councillor Mgwengwe. Ngwengwe. Yeah, Councillor Ngwengwe, we can't see you. We don't know what happened. We have disappeared. If you are still part of the meeting, please raise your hand or try to rejoin. You were the last speaker on the item, but because we can't see you in the meeting. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
MF against?
Agreed.
Recommendation SA against, Speaker.
The DA is against, Mr. Speaker.
UIM against.
Agreed.
Okay,
EFF in support.
Okay, let's wait so that we are guided properly. Let's wait so that we are guided properly with the screen so that the item is being processed accordingly. Now we are on item 7. Recommendations are on the bottom of the page. Right, we are now voting. ANC?
Against.
ANC agreed.
ANC?
Agreed.
ESDA?
Against.
EFF?
Support.
Thank you. IFP,
Support.
Action SA,
Against, Speaker.
APC,
Support.
ACC,
Thank you, Speaker. Against, in good faith, we can't support.
ACTP,
Against, Speaker.
AIC, TLC,
DLC supports.
ADEC, APF, Ohlengwa, ATM, APF in support in the church, ATM, oh, okay, let's correct this, is ATM that is supporting the ATM. They send a message in our charts. APF, you have not voted yet. APF? All right, Al-Jama Ayiko. Kazalum Mkunu will receive your vote support. Thank you, JP. KZNI.
KZNI in support, Speaker.
Support, thank you. MF.
Against.
Mosa. NFP.
Support.
PFP.
Speaker, support.
Thank you. PRM. TA.
TA is against, Mr. Speaker.
Or PRM in support to the church. TA is against.
UIM against.
UIM is against.
Freedom Front Plus
against. Against. Independent. MKP.
MKP in support.
Oh, thank you. Independent. Okay. All right. Yeah, APF, we have not voted. Independent, you have not voted. Or independent, we have received your votes against from the church. APF, we are about to close. Councillor Hlengwa. Yeah, we see your hand, Councillor Hlengwa. We are trying to unmute you this side. Unmuted.
Support. I was muted. Support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hlengwa. Is Mosa present? Mosa? We can see you, Councillor, but you are not responding, but you are still part of the meeting. we will proceed because time is against us. The team will add the numbers, and then we will then announce the result. Let's add the numbers, colleagues. Yeah, most have now voted. They are saying they are voting against in the chat. Thank you, thank you. We have all now voted. Yeah, thank you very much. We are ready now to announce the result. Those who were voted in support, the number is, we forgot to ask those who want to abstain. We should have asked, okay, there's no one who want to abstain because they've all voted. Yeah, those who are in support of the item or recommendation, the number is 109. Those who are voting against the item, the number is 65. It means the recommendations will be carried through. Thank you very much, Acting City Manager. Let's move to the next item.
Thank you. The next item is item 2.1 on page 8. Request for approval of the reviewed 2012 EThekwini Municipality Traffic Calming Policy. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you. Next item.
Abstain.
Oh, okay, let's record that. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is on.
No, Chair, not just to correct you, it's not the DA that's abstaining. The DA is in support of the item.
No. I said they must record it. It's fit on front plus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Next item.
The next one is item 2.2 on page 10. Formalization of unpaved road network in the southwest and north region of EThekwini Municipality. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's move, Dr. Mnguni.
The next one is on page 11, item 2.3. Proposed granting of right to use, control, or manage portion 1 of ERF 2718, Durban North, in extent 1,249 square meters by way of long-term lease for residential purpose, and the permanent closure of public open space over the property in terms of section 212 of the Local Authorities Ordinance number 25 of 1974, read together with section 28.2E of EThekwini Municipal Planning and Land Use Management Bylaw 2026. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni. There are two speakers on this item. Is Councillor Tipo from the DA and Councillor Ngongo from the ANC. Only two speakers. In that order, Councillor Tipo.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the essence of democracy is that we as councillors take these issues to our communities and we then interrogate these kind of items and we come back to this full council meeting and we speak not on behalf of ourselves, but we speak on behalf of the communities who have elected us into these positions. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that at first glance, there is something fundamentally wrong with this particular item. Mr. Speaker, the community is not only against this, but the community is questioning why is a 1,200 square meter prime piece of property in the heart of Durban North, literally 200 meters away from the Swapo Business Precinct, and another 100 meters away from one of the premier high schools in KwaZulu-Natal. Why is this property now being put out to tender for an estimated 6,667 rand per month? That is not a market-related value. It is not in keeping what the property might even be valued at in terms of rates, and certainly it is not in keeping with what the community wants. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have all faced in the past couple of weeks an increasing amount of water outages, electricity outages, sewage, and broken roads within all wards across the municipality. And I can tell you now, Mr. Speaker, that this particular property here, first of all, for a 30-year lease period is just not, it just doesn't make sense, because people need tenure when they are going to develop. And to offer a 30-year lease at 6,667 Rand a month just doesn't make sense. Apart from that, the financial aspects of that, we also need to look at what impact another high-density development will have on the infrastructure of this particular ward. This particular ward is being developed and developed and developed ad nauseum to the point where the infrastructure cannot cope anymore. And for the municipality to now come along, give this low lease to some developer, which will be keeping a very close eye on as to who that developer might be. The municipality has, in a similar fashion, also leased out a public park, which has got protected species next to Riverside Hotel. That was a few months ago. And now we are looking at this park. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind this council of the debacle that we have seen in Phoenix, with public open spaces being used for housing developments, and the findings that are coming out of those inquiries and investigations. So, Mr. Speaker, it will be a very solid no from the Democratic Alliance. It's a solid no from the Ward 36 residents, and it certainly should be a point of concern for the administration, and that such a large piece of property is being valued at 1 million rand. That, Mr. Speaker, is outrageous and is subject to review, certainly through this council and other mechanisms. I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA, Councillor Paskin with the 1 minute from Independent.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA will not be supporting this item. Let's be clear, Action SA supports economic development, we support investment, and we support creating jobs. And we support making productive uses of municipal assets where it benefits the people of EThekwini. But a development must be done openly, transparently, and with public confidence. This report asks Council to approve a 30-year lease of municipal land. 30 years is a generation. This is not a routine administrative decision. It's a major decision involving a public asset, and that what we believe is at a giveaway price. This land is currently demarcated as a public open space for a reason. Before changing how the land is used or committing to it for 30 years, Council must be satisfied that the decision is in the public's interest and consistent with proper planning principles. Once this public space has been developed, it can almost never be changed and is lost forever. Yet this report provides no evidence of meaningful public participation. It does not fully explain the intent of the lease and why the site was chosen, what alternatives were considered, or why a 30-year lease is the best option for the municipality and its residents. Speaker, good governance is built on transparency, accountability, and public participation. Those are also the core principles in underpinning Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act and local government. If this proposal is truly in the best interest of the community, then it should withstand full public scrutiny. Action SA believes that the matter should be referred back to allow meaningful public participation, full disclosure of the purpose and the benefits of the lease, and a complete justification for changing of the use of public land. Until this happens, we cannot support these recommendations. And for those reasons, Action SA will not be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ngongo. Please raise your hand, Councillor Ngongo, succeeds and others for the microphone.
Councillor Ngogo seem to have network problems. We are still trying to assist him, Speaker.
Yeah, Councillor Ngongo is struggling with the network. Will continue while he's trying to sort himself. Councillors, the recommendation agreed?
No. Great.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Let me have the screen, please. I hope that you are all ready, then you will unmute your microphone this side so that it is quicker. This process should not take long. When you call your political party, you simply unmute yourself and speak. Now let's start from the ANC.
Support.
Support. TA.
Against.
EFF.
Support.
IFP.
Support.
HNSA.
Against.
APC.
Support.
ACC.
Against.
ACTP.
Against.
AIC. Ayiko ya. THC.
And DLC support.
ADEC. ADEC is not part of the meeting. APF. ATM. APF support. ATM. Support Al-Jama. Abeko. JP. Kunu, thank you. KZNI.
Support.
MF.
Against.
Mosa. Motor support in the church. NFP. Support, thank you. PFP.
PFP support.
Thank you. PRM. Support PRM. TA.
TA is against, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. UIM.
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus.
Against.
Independent. Independent against. MKP.
Those teams who are going.
MKP abstain.
MKP abstain. Okay. I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote a song. Thank you very much. We have added the numbers. Those who are in support of the recommendation, the number is 109. Those who are against, the number is 65. Those who abstain is only 1. Thank you. Recommendations will be carried through. Next item, Ngone.
Next item is on page 14, item 2.4. Proposed granting of right to use, control, or manage proposed lease A and B on remainder of ERF1, 53 Kuzimpi Shezi, Durban, in extent 8,838 square meters, as depicted on SJ plan number 4865/10 by way of a long-term lease. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. The recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you.
The TA is against.
TA is
The TA is
against. Okay, proceed.
The next one is item 3 on page 15. Request to enter into memorandum of understanding between EThekwini Municipality and the South African National Petroleum Company. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mieni, you are number 1 on this item, followed by Councillor Maharaj, MF.
Thank you, Somlom. This report seeks for approval between EThekwini Municipality to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the South African National Petroleum Company. The purpose of this item is to formalize the cooperation between Fire Service Directorate and also the SANEF. It gives the site's classification as the major hazard installation, as it is strategic important to the South African energy security. This memorandum of understanding will strengthen the coordination and improve the emergency response capability and also support the protection of life and property in the environment. This item also is going to assist the municipality in accelerating its mandate, also to improve us in delivering the firefighting service. And
your time is up, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Maharaj. You are
Speaker,
next.
the MF supports the MOU on condition that our legal division places a time-bound clause for SAMPAC to comply by completing its in-house fire and safety infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. The report is for approval. The recommendation agreed?
Agreed. ACC support.
Agreed.
Okay. There are no objection. I want to be clear. Thank you very much. Next item, City Manager.
Next item is 3.2 on page 16. Request for authority to enter into memorandum of agreement with various relevant stakeholders in respect of early warning system. Committee recommends.
Right, page 16, 3.3, Deputy Mayor. We have only one speaker, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Somlom. This request is important because timeless, clear, and also actionable warning are a core public safety and responsibility. The municipality already has a technical foundation through its focused early warning system, but formal arrangements are needed to clarify the roles, strengthen access to authorities, forecast, and also the impact-based and on early warning system. So, Somlomo, the item is indeed supported because it's in line with our strategy on disaster management as the city. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Let's move to the next item.
Thank you. The next item is on page 18 from a report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee, item 4.1, request for council to commit to the municipal entity's status as going concern. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Page 18, 4.1, Councillor Tipo. You are the only speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning again, colleagues. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it looks like the wool is really being pulled over our eyes with this issue over here. You know, from a legal and compliance perspective, you know, Ushaka Marine World or the DTMP, as we like to call it, and the ICC are both entities that have to, at the end of the day, be called financial going concerns for accounting purposes. But you know what? At the end of the day, I was never great at accounting, but I can definitely see when there's a snake in the grass. And the grass in this case is very, very tall, and the snake is definitely green. So this is where the politics comes into it. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the DTMP in the first instance. This was a catalytic project which was developed more than 20 years ago. It was meant to aid development. It was supposed to be a node that would bring in more investment, particularly foreign investment. We want the dollars, we want the euros, and we were supposed to then, at the same time, upgrade and increase the investment attractiveness of that entire Mahatma Gandhi precinct. So I'm talking all the way from the point over there where the sewage keeps on leaking out, all the way down to the bottom of Mahatma Gandhi Road. What have we seen instead? That Mahatma Gandhi Road is still plagued by crime, by drugs, by a lack of investment. So DTMP has actually failed in its core mandate of wanting to increase investment in that area. At the same time, if we have to get back to the going concern issue and the finances of it, here we see that we are bailing out both of these entities just in this financial year, if I'm not mistaken, to the tune of at least 150 million rand. So if these are going concerns in the true sense of a going concern, why is it that we as a stakeholder of these two entities have to continue bailing out financially? They could not even pay salaries a month or two ago, and the municipality had to step in again and make sure that salaries were paid. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. When an entity like that is losing money hand over fist, it means that there's something fundamentally wrong. There are people in the city that cannot afford to go and enjoy the Wet and Wild theme park. It's simply become too unaffordable. But indirectly, those very same people are funding for other people to go and enjoy the Wet and Wild through their rates and taxes, because we as a municipality keep on bailing out these entities. So what is the answer? Because we don't like to criticize without giving an answer or a proposal. Again, I will say it, the municipality needs to look at redesigning or redeveloping the Wet and Wild feature of the Ushaka Marine World. There is no other alternative. It is unprofitable. People cannot afford it anymore, and we need another business model. And we need to, as leadership of this city, start making these uncomfortable decisions. The aquarium and the science and technology, the STEM subjects, the education that happens there, and the partnership with the South African Institute for Marine Biological Research must continue. And we stand with the city behind those entities, and we say that they must continue to receive funding. That is critical. But we simply cannot continue with that Wet and Wild not making money. Concurrently, we have the same situation with the commercial node that is attached to the DTMP. It's simply not making money. People are not paying their rents. There's not enough people coming through. It needs to be relooked, and it needs to be relooked urgently. Mr. Speaker, I just want to finish off with the Nkosi Albert Luthuli Durban Convention Center. It's a great facility. I think we'll all agree that the ICC is really a great facility, and it's certainly a great facility when we go and have our council meetings there. But Mr. Speaker, what else are we actually hosting there? When you walk the halls of the ICC, you see all these events and functions and dignitaries, the photos up on the walls, and those are all of years gone by. What are we doing? This city is indirectly subsidizing the convention center through the hosting of council meetings. And I would put it to this council that if it was not for the hosting of council meetings, that convention center would have been bankrupt, seriously bankrupt, many, many years ago. Mr. Speaker, things need to change. We can't have a situation where an ICC, which is such a huge entity, comes with its cap in its hand and asks us for 13 million rand to upgrade its critical systems, such as IT, such as doors, such as security. It just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. And at some time, perhaps after the 4th of November, we'll have to start making some hard decisions on these two entities and how we can save our ratepayers who are already burdened from continually bailing them out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Action SA, Councillor Mngango, with a minute from Independent.
And MK, Speaker.
Oh, it's from MK. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Action SA recognizes the important role that both Durban ICC and Ushaka Marine World play in our city's economy. They both support tourism, create jobs, attract investment, contribute to Durban's international profile. Nobody dispute their strategic importance. However, Honourable Speaker, today we're not being asked about its importance. We are being asked to commit that the municipality will provide whatever financial support may be required to ensure these entities remain going concern. Now, that is where Action SA has a serious concern, Speaker. The wording before us effectively asks Council to sign the blank amounts, the amount on a blank check. It contains no maximum amount, no clear conditions, no measurable turnaround plan, and no accountability mechanism should the entity continue requiring further bailouts.
Yeah.
Now,
Sorry, Councillor Ngongo. There are councillors who are speaking. Their microphones are on. Please, councillors, make sure that your microphone is muted if you are not recognized by the speaker, because speakers that are on the floor are being disrupted. Apologies, Councillor Ngongo, for that. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, it cannot be acceptable that Council simply give an open-ended commitment without knowing the full financial exposure. Residents are already battling with poor service delivery, deteriorating infrastructure, water losses, sewer failures, and increasing tariffs. Every rand committed to the municipal entities cannot be spent fixing basic services. So, Honourable Speaker, as Action SA, we find it very difficult to support and sign the blank check. For that reason, as Action SA, we are not going to be able to support this item before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Those were my speakers. Are the commission agreed, councillors?
Agree?
Agreed.
No.
Against?
Agreed.
Okay, let me have the screen so that we quickly do our voting as soon as possible. Those who are going to give us an indication on behalf of parties, make sure that your microphone is closed, that is on, so that you unmute yourself. We save time. Yeah, let's start with the ANC.
Supports.
Any indication?
ANC supports.
ANC support. TA?
Supported.
EFF?
Supported.
IFP?
Support.
Action SA?
Against?
APC?
Support.
AIC?
Support.
ACTP?
Support.
DLC?
DLC supports.
APF?
APF supports.
HCM? Al-Jama? JEP? Thanks, Mkono. KZNI? KZNI? Thank you. MF?
Support.
Support. Mosa? Mosa? NFP?
Support.
PFP?
Support.
PRM? Support. Thank you. TA?
TA will abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. UIM?
UIM support.
Freedom Front Plus?
Abstain.
Abstain. Independent. Against. We'll receive your chat. MKP.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. ATM. I'm coming in support. We'll receive your chat. Thank you. Mosa. Mosa. Siyavala-ke. Mosa, for the last time. Okay, thank you. Let's add the numbers. Thank you. These are the results. Those who are in support of the recommendation, 165. Those who are against, the number is 5. Those who abstain, the number is 3. Recommendations will be carried through. Thank you. Next item. Boni.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item is on page 19, item 4.2, approval of reviewed economic development incentive policy 26-27. Committee recommends.
We are on page 19. Councillor R. Mackenzie, you are number 1 from the Democratic Alliance. There's Councillor Mwango from the Action SA with a minute from MKP. Okay. With a minute from Independent Action SA, Mwango, then Councillor Ntuli from the ANC would be number 3. In that order, Councillor Mackenzie.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Councillor.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and councillors. It is almost entertaining to sit here today, Speaker, and watch the governing coalition of EFF, IFP, NFP, and ANC finally embrace what the DA has been saying all along. When we first pushed for this incentive policy, this coalition-run municipality, excluding the DA, dismissed it outright. Now, after years of resistance, suddenly there is support, proving once again that the DA leads with ideas and the coalition only follows when reality leaves them on one choice. This policy is not just about figures in a budget. It is about recognizing the businesses that have weathered the storms, kept people employed, and sustained local economies while government inefficiencies weighed them down. It was clear during our ECOD oversight that long-standing businesses required this incentive policy, and here too, we were very vocal about this policy. By offering structured incentives, rebates, and targeted support, we are finally saying to these businesses, your commitment matters, and we will stand with you to ensure your survival and growth. For too long, enterprises have carried the weight while waiting for government to catch up. This policy rewards their resilience, encourages reinvestment, and strengthens our competitiveness as a city. The updated economic development incentive policy directly targets key drivers of growth. Property rate rebates to stimulate investment and job creations. Employment incentives offering up to 20% rate rebates and enterprises that generate local jobs. Sector support for manufacturing, logistics, green industries, and automotive development with rebates up to 40%. Spatial support for spatial development focus prioritizing townships areas and urban regeneration corridors, ensuring relief translates into sustainable growth where our economic needs it most. Speaker, the DA has always believed that economic development must be rooted in sustainability, fairness, and opportunity. The reviewed EDIP policy embodies these principles, assisting long-serving businesses, ensuring they remain anchors in our communities while opening doors for new investment. We therefore support this item wholeheartedly because it is aligned with our vision of a municipality that delivers, empowers, and grows with its people. And let's be honest, it's about time the coalition caught up with the DA has been saying a long time. The DA leads with ideas, the ANC follows with excuses. Today, businesses will finally win with this incentive. I thank you, Speaker.
Kazemnqango.
Hayi somlomo futhi bangithandile nje angikhulumi kule.
Awukhulumi la?
Hayi lutho bangithandile nje.
Kusho ukuthi asikudlule kanjalo ke. Khazantuli. Khazantuli.
Speaker.
Khazantuli.
Angitholi ukuthi akukhulumeki.
Uyazwakala Mpemba.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greeting to you, and greeting to the mayor, deputy mayor, whip of council, the city manager, and all the councillors and officials. No, thank you very much. Mhlambe let me angikale ngokuthi sibongele abantu baseThekwini kakhulukazi abasomabhizinisi kanye nomphakathi ukuthi kwazi ukuthi kufikela kwenziwa khona some amendment kule policy esinayo ngoba le policy ngiyafisa ukuthi ngicorrect ukuthi asinayo la namhlanje ngoba ukuthi DA eyasenza sakwathi uma sicabanga sasibona ukuthi kubalekile ukuthi kubantu bakithi uma ngabe belethe development eThekwini ezosiza abantu ngokomsebenzi but at the same time ezokwazi ibe ne-value investment ezo-attract more people basondela sasisiba nento ethi when you look on into yokubaluleka komnotho asiyenze indlela ezolekelela ukuthi ama-investment akwazi uku-attract ezokuyisithi but at the same time nabantu bakithi bezokwazi babenefithe ngokomsebenzi ngoma-job opportunities okubaluleke kakhulu kuyona ukuthi silokhu si-amenda njalo ngoba siyabelieve ukuthi into ebaluleke kakhulu. This remark the 11 alteration of the policy that continues to drive investment, that led growth, stimulate job creation, and support the long-term spatial and economic transformation of EThekwini. This policy is a clear signal to private sector that EThekwini is open for business, and this is clear. It is directly incentives in new industries, commercials, and mixed-use development, which bring critical capital investment in our economy. We know that this policy is aligned with our rate policy, and aim to grow our revenue based in sustainable. By focusing on the long-run development in the area, we where infrastructure is already existing, thus ensuring value for money and spatial transformation. Honorable Speaker, this updated policy, it places a special emphasis on the high impact sectors, including automotive, agro-processing, green industries, and business processing, and business outsourcing sector that will hold the key of economic resilience, job creation, and the potential and the global competitive. We are also delighted that this policy supports inclusive in development by encouraging investment in our historical disadvantaged communities and secondary CPDs. We are not just building an economy, we are building an economy that will work for all. The ANC is in full support of the item. And ngiyafisa speak ukusho ukuthi sifika nje entweni enjengana lesikhuluma ngawo njengamanje ngoba siyakholela ukuthi abantu bakithi kuyafunakala mangabe silande more investors to come into our city to create more employment, especially on catalyst project and other development. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are great.
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 Thank you very much. Next item.
Thank you. The next item is on page 23, item 4.3. Application in terms of the EThekwini Municipality Planning and Land Use Management Second Amendment Bylaw of 2021, Notice 95 of 2021, to amend the EThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme in our West Sub-Scheme regulations by including an additional control in the development facilitation table for the general mixed-use zone in respect of ERF 2117 Queensberg, situated at 488 Main Road. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mngoni. There are no speakers on this item. The recommendation agreed, councillors?
Great.
Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
The next one is on page 27, item 4.4, request for authority to formalize a partnership with Navico Italy and to co-host the Yare Symposium in Durban, 26 to 2028. Committee recommends.
Apologies. Thank you. The item is on page 27, item 4.4. There are two speakers, Councillor McPherson from the DA, ANC, Councillor Ntuli. In that order, only two speakers. Councillor McPherson. I'm sure your mic is, let's try to unmute your microphone from this side and unmute yourself. Councillor McPherson. Councillor McPherson, please raise your hand. Councillor McPherson, we don't see you. We have satisfied ourselves that by looking for Councillor McPherson in our meeting, it looked like it's not part of the meeting. Okay. It means we are going to move to the next speaker. Unfortunately, Councillor Ntuli.
Sibonge, Honorable Speaker, ngaleli thuba siyafisa ukuthi ukuqala sibonge labantu baseThekwini ukuthi ukwazi formalizwa le partnership ezoba khona izoba nomkhulu umthelelo ezowenza empilweni zabantu baseThekwini kanye nokwaziwa kweTheku kwibalazwe. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this report is to enter to a formalized partnership with Navico to host IARI Symposium in Durban from 2026 to 2028. IARI Symposium is a global recognized super yacht industry event. Durban will host the first ever African edition in November. Kuchaza ukuthi kuyoboqala nganje uyibona lento yenzeka iAfrica yonke izokwenzeka eThekwini. Singibajabulela baseThekwini bazokwazi bathole lokho. And this partnership is with Navico. Then the Italy will clustered behind Amayari. Why kubalulekile lokho? Kubalulekile ngoba i-private sector i-commit investor imali engango 1.9 billion. Lapho kuzokwenzeka amathuba emisebenzi kwi-project ezoqhubeka till 2030 angu 2,500 direct job that will be created from the project. And 24 hectare site at the port of Durban is activated for relief market, skills development, Africa's first super yacht academy with the DUT. So kwakha nendawo la kuzokwazi ukuthi sihlangene ne-DUT ezokwazi ukulekelelwa ukufundisa abantwana bakithi ngayo into yama super yacht okuzokwenza lokuthi ngale ukuthi sobe sihosta iba khona sobe sinabantu esikwazi ukuthi siba develop ukwenza ukuthi in the near future sikwazi ukuparticipate kwathina globally through abantu asebekwazi bafundiswa lapho. This symposium will be held in the position of the city as the super yacht destination with an endless possibility for investment in this sector. Njengane-ANC siyayisupport kakhulu, siyabongela abantu baseThekwini. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Sompisi and councillors.
Speaker,
Yes, Ngembosa.
Councillor McPherson is in a meeting and he has his hand raised. If your team can check, please.
Okay, thank you. Secretary. Councillor McPherson, thank you. Can you unmute yourself and speak?
Thank you, and apologies for that, Speaker. I did hear you calling me, and I was, anyway, here we are. So thank you for this. As the Democratic Alliance, we took this very seriously, what was in front of us, because we are obviously very pro-development, we pro-investor, we pro-positioning Durban as a premier tourist destination, and so on and so forth. But when we looked at it, and we thought to ourselves, well, 5 million this year for November, which is 4 months away, maybe less, there are no dates. When the motivation said the attraction will be to invite super yacht captains and managers, we had some difficulty in understanding what that meant, Speaker. It also went further on to talk about shipyards, no name of a shipyard, marine service providers, no name of marine service providers, key industry stakeholders, no names attached to that, who will be attending locally, you know, from a beneficiary point of view, no names attached to that, no specific dates in November 2026 were given. And then when we looked at the budget, Speaker, we noted 255,000 Rand for the symposium without attaching the dates, and then 26,000 Rand for a gala dinner. Now, a gala dinner, we would guess would be a minimum 2,000 Rand a head. Well, that gives you 13 people. So 13 people for a gala dinner, and no meat to this. Then we thought to ourselves, well, what is the purpose? Bring people together for a discussion. And what happens to the rest of the 5 million? Well, it turns out that 4.7 million, Speaker, is to join a club. It's a membership fee. So 4.7 million this year, 5 million next year, and 5 million the following year. There are no sketch plans, no concepts, no thought of how super yacht is even going to enter the proposed location. You know, a super yacht, Speaker and colleagues, is exactly that. It's not a leisure yacht. A super yacht will have 30 staff on board, maybe 60 guests, will be 3 or 4 levels below sea level. To build a super yacht marina would take billions. The opening remarks was to position Durban as Africa's super yacht destination. Well, that would mean that you would have to surpass Cape Town, which is currently Africa's super yacht destination. And if one just goes down there and looks at where they dock, they form part of the harbor. It's not just a marina. And as one of my, as my colleague Heinz said earlier, what we do is we go into the community and we talk about this. And we say, what would you know, how do you feel 15 million should be spent? And we go to the informals, we go into the RDP, we go into the ratepayers. Not one person saw value in their ratepayers' money or money to be used for service delivery. Not one saw value in paying a membership fee of 4.7 million this year, 5 million next year, 5 million after. Not one saw the value of a gala dinner of 26,000 for maybe 13 people, or 255,000 Rand for a symposium, without even names of who will be here, who will attend. What is the other budget that goes around it? What about hotels and accommodation and transport and logistics and flights? Who's paying for that? They won't just pay for themselves to come out here. So on the balance of it, this is a badly worded motivation. There is no prospect, given the diabolical 47 billion uncollected debt, none, zero, that this can even see the light of day. And I hope that the media is listening carefully, because as the Democratic Alliance, we are pro-development, we are pro-investment, as I said right in the beginning. But what we are not going to support is wasteful expenditure, which this will go down as wasteful expenditure. In the face of collapsed service delivery, this is where the money needs to be spent. We've got to protect the ratepayers' hard-earned money and make sure that those that are without services get better service delivery than is being offered. So it's a big, round no, we cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are great.
No.
Great. It is against the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let me have the screen, please. We are voting. Please, leaders of parties, be ready to unmute your microphone while we are assisting you with this site so that we are faster. ANC?
ANC supports.
DA?
Against.
EFF? IFP,
Support.
Action SA,
Support.
APC,
Support.
ACC,
Against.
ACTP,
Against.
DLC,
Support.
ADEC, absent, APF,
Support.
ATM, support in the chat. Thank you, Ajama. Okay, JEP, Mangcingwan. Thank you, support. KZNI, support, we receive your chat. MF,
Abstain.
abstain, Mosa. Mosa, NFP,
Support.
PFP,
Support.
Mosa, we have received your chat. Support, thank you. Nongalo, PRM, Truly Alliance,
TA is against, Mr. Speaker.
UIM,
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus,
Support.
support, Independent, Independent support in the church, MKP,
MKP in support.
thank you. Only EFF.
EFF is here, support.
Thank you very much, Kacheni. We have received your chat in support. Everyone have voted. Can we check PRM? Thank you, Nongalo. We receive your chat support. Thank you. Otile Manje. Right. These are the result or the outcome of our vote. In support of the recommendation, the number is 116. Against the recommendation, the number is 57. Those who abstain, the number is 1. Therefore, recommendations will be carried through. Thank you. Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you. The next item is on page 30, item 5.4.5. Request for permission to advertise the amendment of the EThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme, Outer West Sub-Scheme, as it relates to the approved Shongweni Local Plan, Southern Precinct C, and subsequent rezonings as depicted on plans SH1 and 2 of 2026. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni. The recommendations noted, councillors.
Noted.
Noted.
Approval.
It's for approval.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Page 31 from, they are approval. They are agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next one is on page 31, a report of the Human Settlement, Engineering and Transport Committee meeting held on the 16th of July 2026. Item 5.1, challenges in the upgrading of informal settlement in the urban areas and requests for intergovernmental engagement to mitigate the challenges. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Two speakers from the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Kison and Councillor Ben. Kison. Councillor Ben.
I am here, Mr.
You can address Councillor Pen. Yeah, Councillor Pen, you are audible. I can hear you. Councillor Kison, are you now unmuted?
Her hand is up, Mr. Speaker. Maybe if your team can just check, but her hand is up.
Yeah, we can see her. We can see her. Her hand is up, and on our side, she has been unmuted. Yeah, Nyambos, we can see her, but she has to unmute herself.
Mr. Speaker, Councillor Kasuna just put a message in the chat group suggesting perhaps I should start and then she can follow up. So I'm happy to start if you will allow me to.
Yeah, no problem. You can start, Councillor Ben, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Kasuna is well suited to speak first on this issue because the ward which she represents is inundated with informal settlements and has been for about 25 years. In the days when the ANC used to be the ward councillor for Ward 23, and the then councillor actively promoted the settlement of informal settlements. So it's curious that now the ANC sets out its plea that all this is very desperate, it's got out of hand, and we need national government to help us. The ANC actively promoted informal settlements in Ward 23 about 20 or so years ago. I speak as a representative of a ward which has seen a tract of virgin forest, which tract of land which was public open space, virgin forest in 2018, changed from...
There's a point of order, Councillor Ben. Point of order,
Yes,
it's Councillor Madlala.
Point of order from Councillor Madlala. I'm rising on the point that you are not allowed, a speaker is not allowed to mislead council. There's never been a policy of the ANC or any action of the ANC that promoted informal settlements. The councillor must withdraw the lie.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Pen, can you please withdraw? The point of order is sustained.
The factual background is that former councillor Jairaj Bachu, who used to be an ANC councillor, actively promoted...
Councillor Pen, let's do this. Let's not waste council time. We have raised your point. Councillor Mandela raised a point of order. The point of order has been sustained. Now, the speaker now is requesting you to withdraw and then proceed to debate. It's something very simple.
I withdraw the statement that former councillor Jairaj Bachu actively promoted informal settlements. I withdraw that statement.
Withdraw unconditionally and proceed to the debate. Let's do that. Thank you. Proceed.
Withdraw unconditionally. Thank you. There was a piece of land in Ward 30 which in 2018 was virgin land, but the then municipal governance, both political and administrative, agreed with Abislali that their members could build up to 300 or 450 shacks on that land. Now it is an urban jungle of about 1,000 dwellings, many of which are now block and plaster and even 3 stories. None of these 1,000 dwellings have legal water connections. None have legal electricity connections. But most ominously, there are hundreds of illegal toilets in and around these 1,000 dwellings, and all of them are churning out wastewater, which is either draining into the ground or being conveyed via the stormwater drainage network into our rivers, our harbour, and onto our beaches. This has happened because of the municipal leadership's connivance in their deal with Abislali. That is not disputed. Let nobody raise a point of order in that regard. The current mess which Nkanyeni has become and the negative impact which it has on the electricity supply to the formal housing around Nkanyeni could have been avoided if the municipality had been more proactive. In December 2018, 19, and again in January 2020, former Deputy Mayor Belinda Scott, who knew something about urban development, and I and about 25 officials did oversight inspections on the site where there were only a few hundred houses at the time. She recognized the urgency and the fact that there was enough space between the dwellings to install proper services. Sadly, the municipality dithered, and the result that Nkanini has now become an urban jungle that is difficult to serve with proper water and electricity connections. Like many other issues, the DA will have to sort this out after November 2026. The DA notes the tone and content of the recommendations, pleading for national and provincial government to help, but the DA hopes that the municipality would adopt a more proactive role in the management of informal settlements to prevent the current problems from getting worse because of the hands-off approach of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kisson. I hope now your microphone is okay, you can speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Hello. Sorry, Speaker, I'm just checking if I'm audible because I've got another handset on.
Now you are audible on my side. I hope that other council members can hear you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I have walked the walk in the informal settlements through my entire ward, so today I'm going to talk the talk. We are being asked to merely note item 5.1 regarding the crisis in our settlements. And to simply note this report is just an insult to the people living in it. It is far too little and it is far too late. We are sitting at the end of our 5-year term, and only now is the municipality presenting a list of challenges that plagued our communities for over a quarter of a century. And bringing it to the chamber now is nothing more than a theatre. Imagine sharing a single toilet with 600 people. The municipality claims it cannot manage to provide enough ablution facilities, carelessly allowing the overflow from failing sewers to run into our rivers. And there's absolutely no plan for refuse removal. Waste is festering and multiplying deep inside our settlements, conveniently hidden out of sight from those in charge. The national government gave a basic, straightforward directive to start numbering the settlements as a first step to real change. How many have been done? Not any that I am aware of. Instead, we watch these communities expand unchecked, only to turn around and give the tired excuse that there's no money and no development land. This report highlights adverse audit findings, severe delays, and repeated failures to achieve planned outputs. And the grand solution proposed to this crisis: more engagements, more phased implementation, more frameworks, more policy reviews. Mr. Speaker, hold an Imbizo in any of my settlements, and I'll guarantee you the residents don't need a workshop, a council resolution, or forensic audit to tell you what needs to be done. The solutions are staring us in the face, but it seems common sense is just not common in this municipality. Every political term, empty promises are manufactured. At the end of the 5 years, nothing is delivered but excuses. The people are tired of paper pushing. They want on-the-ground results. If the leadership genuinely did not know that these were the exact same issues a decade ago, then I'm simply horrified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. This report clearly aims to do two things. One is to collate and collect all the challenges that have been encountered in the development of the city, and in trying to deal with the human settlement issue, and to make the council aware of these challenges. No matter how long they've been there, some people will have short memories, like the people who are now on the side of the informal, who can't decide whether they are on the side of the informal settlers, in terms of saying it was the ANC that installed them there, or the other one who's speaking from the same party who's behaving to be like she's on the side of the informal dwellers and is berating the city for failing to act. But all of these people are forgetting one thing, that one, human settlement is not a squarely a mandate of the municipality. We work on the grant system, wherein we will requisite and will be given money to do that. And the money that we are getting from the national government is not enough to deal with the problems that we have as the municipality. Now, instead of going around and crying about it, we've compiled a report which highlights some of these problems and is proposing solutions in terms of the DDM. Secondly, I don't believe that the colleagues who have spoken before us here are honest about any of the things that they are talking about, because for all of these things, you need budget. And we know that they are coming from a party that has never supported the budget. So how is Councillor Kisun expecting these problems to be solved in her ward if she does not support the budget, even of a cent, to do anything in this city? So it's just hypocrisy. We are just dealing with what the Bible called the Pharisees. And we will not then be discouraged. We are asking Council to note this. In fact, when it came before at EXCO, we wanted approval, but we were then reminded that we actually don't need an approval for this. We need Council to note, because DDM is now a policy of government, and we've just noted that we've collected these challenges, and these are the solutions that we are proposing, and that using the DDM, we can then approach the provincial and national government and all other role players to work with us to deal with this problem. The ANC supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Recommendations are on page 36. They're all for noting. They're all noted, councillors.
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you, Dr. Mgoni. Next item.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is on page 36, 5.2, request for approval of reviewed integrated freight and logistics strategy and action plan. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mgoni. Right, I've got speakers on the item. Councillor Z. Solomon from DA, followed by His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Cyril Kaba. Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can speak.
Thank you, sir. Speaker, today I rise in support of the Integrated Freight and Logistics Strategy, IFLS 2026 in Council, because this is not just a transport issue. It is about the people who live on the Bluff, in Clarewood, Umbilo and surrounds, including businesses and customers of the Jacobs industrial area. I also highlight that this strategy would work hand in hand with the Port of Durban Strategic Environmental Assessment, C, currently underway. While the SEA is a transit-led process and not a municipal one, both are connected. The SEA examines the future expansion of the port and its impacts on surrounding communities, while the IFLS focuses on how freight moves through our city. We cannot plan one without considering the other. For Bluff, Umbilo, Clarewood and the surrounding residents, the impact is real. Because of decades of poor planning, logistics yards in Clairewoods and container terminals along the Edenswales corridor have concentrated freight traffic around our communities. Thousands of heavy trucks travel along Solomon Mahlangu Drive every day, the Bluff's only practical access route. Let me speak to my represented area. When one truck breaks down or there's one collision, the entire suburb is affected. Residents are delayed getting to work, children arrive late at school, medical appointments are missed, and emergency vehicles struggle to reach those in need. The problem does not stop there. Heavy trucks also use Bluff Road and other residential roads to access the port, forcing families, school children, pedestrians, and motorists to share neighborhood streets with large freight vehicles that have no local destination. Sadly, the dangers are well documented. Trucks carrying 34 tons of maize meal overturned near Durban Academy High School in April of 25. A shipping container fell from a truck on Solomon Maslangu Drive, bringing traffic to a standstill in March of 25. And in January 26, a truck collision on the N7 claimed lives and injured 2 others. May they rest in peace. These are not just traffic incidents, they are reminders of the human cost of poor freight planning. The IFLS proposes solutions such as truck staging facilities, improved freight management, and a freight route hierarchy. At the same time, the SEA provides residents with an opportunity to influence how future port development considers road safety, congestion, air quality, noise, and community well-being. The Bluff has carried the burden of port-related freight for decades. We support a thriving port because it's vital to our economy, but economic growth should never come at the expense of the safety, health, and quality of life of the communities that live alongside it. Our residents should not continue paying the price for planning decisions made decades ago. This strategy gives us an opportunity to begin correcting that imbalance, and for that reason, I support the adoption of the Integrated Freight Plan Logistics Strategy and Action Plan 2026, and I urge that implementation, particularly measures to relieve pressure on Solomon Maslangu Drive and by Route Association, Clearwood and Industrial, the Jacobs Industrial, and that unnecessary heavy truck traffic is to be removed from residential roads. This should be prioritized without delay. Because, Speaker, at the heart of every transport strategy are not trucks, they are people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Worship.
We may move on, Speaker. He has a network problem.
Can I catch an indication, Your Worship, that because you can see you this side, your microphone has been unmuted. Please unmute yourself. Okay. We have to move, Your Worship. Okay, thank you very much, councillors. The report is here for noting on page 40. Are the recommendations noted, councillors?
Noted.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Thank you. The next one is item 5.4, Go Durban Implementation Progress Report on page 42. Committee recommends. It's here for noting.
That is page 39.
Page 40. No. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I see I've skipped
39.
Page 39, item 5.3, noting of intention to amend contract number 7E-4789 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003 for the lease of the premises, I-Trump ABM office situated at number 77 A and B, Montenaca Street, Durban. Committee recommends. It's here for noting.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Is the recommendation noted, councillors?
Noted.
Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
The next one on page 42, item 5.4, Go Durban Implementation Progress Report is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Speakers, is Councillor Singh, Ed Singh from TA, IFP, Councillor Kuala, followed by UAM, Councillor J. Singh, there is Action SA, Councillor Mwango with a minute from Independent, then Councillor Mkize from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Singh from TA, you're number 1.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, Council is once again presented with another report on Go Durban.
a project synonymous with delays, escalating costs, revised plans, and broken promises. The DA has constantly warned this council about poor planning and weak governance. What is particularly concerning is that recommendations were previously placed on the committee agenda for consideration have now been reduced to items merely for noting. Residents deserve to know why commitment and recommendations are being watered down instead of being delivered. After more than a decade and billions of rand spent on original implementation model had to be abandoned in favor of a revised approach. Speaker, this is not refinement. It is an admission that the original strategy has failed. The DA further notes the financial implications of the revised approach is still unknown. Capital expenditure, operating costs, fleet requirement, contractual commitment, affordability, and funding will only be addressed in a future operational and business plan. Speaker, after more than a decade and billions already spent, Council is effectively being told that the full financial picture is still not available. That should be concerning for every councillor and every ratepayer. And while residents continue to suffer with poor service delivery, municipality continues to spend millions. A further 22.9 million has been allocated for another review and model despite the contract being rated poor and not achieved. The municipality seems to have preferred only one route. They perfected this route, the route from ratepayers' pockets to another consultant's invoice. That route appears to run exactly on schedule. We are also now talking about electric buses, but where is the money coming from? Where is the funding? Where is the infrastructure? Where is the charging facility and the operational plans? You cannot run an electric bus on good intentions. You need electricity, charging infrastructure, and most importantly, sustainable budget. Speaker, another report will not transport a single commuter and another committee will not get a resident to work on time. At this rate, Go Durban is like a Netflix series. Every year, a new season, a revised storyline, and another cliffhanger. The only thing missing is the ending. The people of EThekwini are not asking for another report. They're asking for results. The DA will continue to demand transparency, accountability, and value for money. The people of EThekwini deserve better. They deserve delivery, not delays. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwala. You are the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. As much as we appreciate to be appraised about the Durban Implementation Progress Report, as IFP, we had a very serious concern. Maybe some of the councillors have no idea about the legacy fund, a fund that was raised by contractors who were appointed to construct C3 corridor, that was awaiting for its policy or implementation plan by the former Mayor Zandile Gumede. As IFP, we would like to appeal to you, Speaker, to request a report of legacy fund from the chairperson of the ESCO. This fund was supposed to address issues of the region that were affected by the time Go Durban contractors executing Go Durban construction, specifically the C3 corridor. The former Mayor Zandile Gumede was the one understanding the legacy fund. Unlucky she is no more with the municipality. Our appeal to Mayor, please investigate with powers invested in you to get the legacy fund and report to this council. Maybe you are also not briefed about this funding, but that was the money donated by the contractors whom were part of the C3 project to assist communities that were affected, and it never happened. Please allow transparency and accountability on this legacy fund and report to the council as well. We note this report as IFP. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. UIM.
Speaker, Go Durban was meant to move the people of EThekwini forward. Instead, after approximately 9 billion rand has been spent, we are now being asked to accept an affordability-led implementation model because the public transport network grant is winding down. On behalf of the United Independent Movement, I ask a simple question. If affordability has become a guiding principle today, why was affordability not a guiding principle right from the beginning? Residents deserve to know what value has been delivered for the 9 billion rand already invested and why the project is already being scaled back to a single corridor because the original vision is no longer affordable. The United Independent Movement supports a modern, reliable public transport system, but we also believe every rand of public money must deliver value. Speaker, affordability should be the foundation of this project, not a lesson learned after 9 billion was spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkhize. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Mwango, I said you will be the next after seeing approaches in Yaweka. Councillor Mwango, remember we have a minute from Independent.
And MK.
Kodwa vele ngeke ulikhohle wena minute.
And
Ngoba
MK.
ngoba ulifune vele ingekho.
Khona MK speak.
No, lilodwa ele Independent. Qhubeka.
Yabona ngirobha ke mina. Honorable Speaker, allow us to change this project from Go Durban to Gone Durban because money has been gone, but bus is still ongoing. So I think it's fitting to call this Gone Durban. Honorable Speaker, Gone Durban has become one of the most expensive examples of poor planning and delayed implementation in the history of EThekwini Municipality. For many years, residents have watched infrastructure being built, standing empty, buses not operating, and billions of rands being spent with little benefit to the people who pay rates and taxes in EThekwini. Today, Council is asked to note yet another progress report, while recommendations are framed as noting they pave the way for further expenditure, negotiations, and implementation. We therefore have a responsibility to ask the difficult questions before committing the city to yet another round of spending, which is being asked today. Firstly, what assurance do we have that the problems which delayed this project for years have been actually resolved? This report acknowledges the winding down of public transport network grant, affordability challenges, funding uncertainty, operator negotiations are still outstanding, vehicle operating company arrangements are not yet finalized, and infrastructure and operational readiness that is still in progress. If these critical matters remain unresolved, what makes this council believe that the implementation will succeed this time around? These are concerns, Speaker, that Action SA have on this. I don't believe
your time is up. Your time is up, Councillor Mwango. Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Mkhize. No response. Councillors, the recommendation start from page 43 to page 44. They are all for noting. They are all noted, councillors.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of clarity.
Just maybe through you, maybe we might even seek legal opinion on this. If the report is so badly presented and worded, are we allowed to refuse to note it? Because really, as the DA, we wouldn't want even to know this report. Legally, is that the route that we have an option to take, Mr. Speaker? To refuse to note.
Councillor Nyambose, the interpretation and the understanding of recommendations tabled to council for noting has been clarified a number of times previously by head legal, Mr. Mhlongo. Have been clarified again and again. What does it mean if the report is here for noting? I won't seek legal opinion because of those reasons that council has been empowered several times on the meaning and the understanding of a report to be noted. I believe that there have not been any changes. The report is here for noting. Maybe outside the council proceeding or meeting, political parties are encouraged to engage legal support to understand these terms so that when you come to council or to your caucuses, you can even invite him to your caucuses to simplify and explain this terminology so that when you come to council, you come with a better understanding. But for your request, Councillor Mteto, we won't seek any legal opinion because council has been advised before. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's move to the next item, Acting City Manager.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is on page 44. It's item 6, a report of the Audit and Risk Committee as at 31st March 2026 is coming for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mngoni. I've got speakers in my list. Councillor Berthe from the Democratic Alliance. You are number 1. DLC, Councillor Pillay, number 2. I've got Councillor Maharaj from MF. Then I've got Councillor Madlala from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Berthe. Yeah, Councillor Berthe, we have unmuted your microphone. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much, Speaker. The report before us should concern every resident of EThekwini because it tells us one simple story. The city knows what is wrong, but is failing to fix it. The Audit and Risk Committee once again highlights that many of the same findings keep coming back year after year after year. That means the problem is not a lack of audits. The problem is a lack of implementation. As of 31st March 2026, only 48% of internal audit findings had been resolved, while 52% remains outstanding. Even more worrying, Speaker, only 41% of the Auditor General's findings have been resolved, with 59% still outstanding. Out of 13 matters affecting the audit report, only 3 have been resolved. The committee itself says management must address the root causes and prevent these findings from reoccurring reports. That is not progress. It's a pattern of repeated failure. The report also reminds us that the municipality still has 8 outstanding material irregularities. 4 involve potential financial losses, while 4 relate to harm to the environment or the public. Even more concerning is the committee's warning that the city continues to receive new material irregularities before recommendations are not implemented effectively. One of the most serious examples is the controversial EPWP ghost worker scandal. The Auditor General has already concluded that appropriate action was not taken by the accounting officer and has issued a formal directive. The city must determine the financial loss, recover money paid to ghost beneficiaries, deceased beneficiaries, and other ineligible recipients, continue disciplinary action, recover losses, and ensure criminal conduct is reported to the SAPS. It is no longer simply an administrative issue. It's about accountability for public money. Another material irregularity concerns pollution from wastewater treatment plants, where the Auditor General concluded that the appropriate action was not being taken and referred the matter to the Department of Water and Sanitation. Residents understand the consequences far better than any report can explain. They experience sewage spills, polluted rivers, unreliable services, and infrastructure failures. The implication of repeated missing deadlines is severe. Every unresolved audit finding increases financial risk. Every delayed corrective action weakens the public confidence. Every repeat finding makes it more difficult for the municipality to achieve a clean audit, attract investment, and demonstrate good governance. Most importantly, every delay affects the people we serve. When procurement weaknesses are not corrected, projects are delayed. When human resources weakness remains unresolved, vacancies stay unfilled. When ICT weaknesses continue, systems remain vulnerable. And when financial controls are weak, taxpayers carry the cost. The Democratic Alliance believes residents deserve better. Audits should not become annual exercises where the same findings are simply copied into another report. Every recommendation should be clear accountability, firm deadlines, and measurable consequences if officials fail to deliver. We therefore call for quarterly public reporting on outstanding audit findings, stronger consequence management against officials who repeatedly miss implementation deadlines, faster recovery of public money where losses occurred, and urgent implementation of corrective measures rather than another cycle of promise. Speaker, the Audit and Risk Committee has done its work. Auditor General has done its work. The question is whether the administration will finally do its work. The people of EThekwini cannot continue paying more while receiving less. They deserve a municipality that fixes problems instead of explaining why they still exist. In a nutshell, this people of EThekwini deserve a DA-run municipality. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pillay, DHC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I want to state that the DA must take full responsibility as well for the mishaps and the findings in the audit committee because they sit in EXCO. Mr. Speaker, after analyzing the report before me, the DLC want to appreciate the work well done by the city manager, the CFO, and the leadership team, whom are literally addressing the critical issues that was raised by the Auditor General as well as the Audit and Risk Committee. Mr. Speaker, this report speaks frankly about service delivery issues that the community are really frustrated about. The critical issues of the unattended water leaks that is rapidly rising our water loss mercilessly above 56% is creating panic. The DLC also wants to acknowledge the mayor's positive response and initiative to resolving the water matters in our community. Mr. Speaker, this report is a response to the third quarter and clearly details a time frame of 30th June as well as 31st July in many of the items on the schedule. The DLC would like to know whether these targets have been met as per or have the timeline shifted. I make reference to the Water Demand Management Valuation Rule 2026, IT General Control Review, RMS, and others.
Councillor Pillay, your time is up. Councillor Maharaj.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the MF notes this report, which raises serious concerns. Apart from the delays in addressing past findings, the MF calls for transparency on the status of the city's indigent program in the face of the shortage of meters, which is required to be installed on approval of applications. Speaker, hundreds of applicants remain disconnected for months awaiting approval. This even after the social visit. Despite huge opposition to tariff increases, the mayor touted the indigent policy as relief. But there is no relief without meters to roll out, and this program will share the same fate as the 80-20 relief. Speaker, when it comes to the water crisis, as stakeholders, we want monthly accountability to full council on how the city is spending the national grant and water sales income to conserve water and restore piped water. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ngifuna nje ukuqala ngokuthi ngibonga kuwena ngokunginikeza leli thuba lokukhuluma ngale report ye-Audit and Risk Committee. Ngicela uqala ngokusho nje ukuthi i-Audit and Risk Committee akulona ikomiti elikwelinye izwe elihleli kuyinhloso zalo ukuthi lihlale lenze imbhalo ngomasipala. Ikomiti lakamasipala leli elikhona laphakathi kwamasipala elakhiwe ngokwemthetho yakamasipala ukuze lisebenze njengesibuko esikhona lapha endlini kwakho ukuthi mangabe usuqedile ukugqoka ekseni uhambe uyoyibuka kusona ukuze ubone la kunamaphutha akhona ukwazi ukuthi ulungise. Nawo ke lo msebenzi ke lwenzayo leli komiti liwenzela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi umasipala sowurane kahle. Ngenxa ukuthi umasipala into enkulu kakhulu kabi umasipala. Ngiyabezwa nje labantu be-DA beyikhulumela lapha abakaze bangarana lutho vele. Bagcina okhansela uBierge berana uhulumeni wobandlululo owubusa izigcunswana zey'ndawo. Abakaze bangarana idolobha elingangeTheku belerane ngendlela ephelele kusukela eMatata kuyophuma enzansi eMkhomazi. Ngakho-ke kumele bathi mebekhuluma bakhulume babe mindful. U-8020 lo akhala ngawo ukhansela manje into eqalwe yithina lebengayifuni lento yokuzama ukusiza izakhamuzi zakithi ukuthi uma zineyikweleti uma seyifika zizokhokha zizothenga amakhadi kagesi noma zizokhokha kwazi ukuthi enye imali yekhadini ukuthi akwazi ukuthola enye imali yekukhokheleni isikweleti. Into eqalwe yithina siyimise ngenxa yokuthi bekunemtheshwana lapha yana kuma systems ethu ebenza ukuthi ingaqondani kahle ebengaze yenza inkinga ebeyingenza ukuthi sigcine igama lethu futhi liqhubeka livela la kwi-Audit and Risk Committee nangale ngaka-AG. Sayimisa sathi safuna ukulungisa ama systems kahle uma esemile kahle esilungile kahle ama systems soyibuyisela. Now into esivumelene ngayo lapha ya ngesikhathi sithulelwe lo mbiko okokuqala ukuthi ibaluleke kakhulu lento ukuthi si izinto ezirezwa i-Audit Committee sisondelele kuzona siyilungise. Okokuqala nje ukuthi sivumile ukuthi le report ezinye zezinto ekhala ngazo izinto esesiyilungisile vele ngoba i-report angekoti edlule kanti lezi zinto sesiyilungisile. Ngizolinganisa nje lapha ya uma ukhuluma ngo-corporate services kunento ethi i-policy ye-recruitment and selection does not align nama national staff regulations. Ikhansela edlule ibiphasa i-report i-policy ebeyenza exactly leyo nto i-aligner i-recruitment and selection policy yethu nama-national staff regulations okusho ukuthi ke lokho sesingathikha sithi done sekwenzekile. Kuningi okunye okula ukhansela uBierge akhala ngako la kodwa njengoba uhlala ku-executive committee ngiyavumelana impela nokhansela uPatrick Pillay ukuthi uzodukisa nomphakathi ngoba eyiningi zalezi zinto iphenduliwe ekhona wazizwa impendulo zawo ukuthi seyilungisiwe. Kepha-ke ngenxa yokuthi-ke i-DA ayizwani vele neqiniso ngeke ifike la izosho ukuthi ezinye eyiningi zalezi zinto seyilungisiwe eyingalungisiwe athuliwe amaplan ukuthi zizolungiswa kanjani going forward. Si-ANC siyayisupporta le report and-ke enye into sijabulela kakhulu ile nto yokuthi into ama-audit logs ukulungisa lezi zinto u-AG yakhala ngazo sesiyifake yaba ingxenye ye-performance yama-senior managers ukwenzela ukuthi i-senior manager mayifika la izochaza ngomsebenzi wayo u-20% we-weighting yalowo msebenzi lowo ubuza ukuthi mangakanani ama-audit logs endaweni la ubusa khona mangako sowaresolvile ukuze mekuthi leyo akwenzekile akwazi ukuthi athole isijeziso uma futhi ekwenzile akwazi ukuthi athole umvuzo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqhubekele phambili siyithole lento yokuthi uhulumeni wethu ube clean. Si-ANC sayisupporta le report siyabonga.
Thank you. Recommendations are on page 50. The report is here for noting. Are the recommendations noted, councillors?
Noted.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you. The next item is on page 50. Item 7, outcome of the feasibility assessment on municipal office accommodation is here for approval and for noting and approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. The recommendations are great, councillors.
Great.
No.
Thank you. There's MF saying no. Next item.
And the DA,
A.
sorry, Speaker, the DA abstains.
DA abstain.
Thank you. The next one is on page 57, item 8. authority to the Inkosi Albert Lutuli International Convention Center Board in terms of Section 87(6)(c) of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 to revise the budget of the entity for urgent infrastructure upgrade. The report is here for noting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mguni. Councillor Mngwango, you are the first speaker. Uhamba ne-minute lakho eliphuma ku-independent, followed by Councillor Madlala from the ANC. Councillor Mngwango.
Honorable Speaker, ngithi siku item 8.
Mngwango, page 57, item 8.
Honorable Speaker, maybe before ngikhulume, Speaker, can I maybe ask clarity from legal? Because it's an item on a second supplementary agenda. When I read this report, it looked like somehow it should be joined. Because
which
that
report?
one on a second supplementary agenda. No, I'm asking opinion because they are somehow linked if I read the recommendation on this one. Because basically this one talks about us approving something.
Tell me, is linked with which item? Or the second supplementary agenda, okay. Are you done, Mngwango?
Now, ngisakhuluma ukubuza kale ukuthi is it possible ukuthi lama item acombineke because uku-approve le kukutshela ukuthi kusamele ku-approve naleyana kanti le bekumele ngabe approve after le ku-agenda elandelayo. For us to get here, when I'm reading this, we must approve
the supplementary item first.
Yeah, because how I read it, it's more like here we are agreeing ukuthi there will be monies allocated to this project, but not done yet. But that item talks about that issue exactly. We should be addressing this one.
Okay.
I don't want to end up, I don't know, but just let us guide us on this.
No, that's
one.
fine. That's fine. I will grant legal that opportunity as per your request to clarify that matter. Over to you, Njomane.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. On the first issue that to Councillor Mngwango, which is the possibility of combining the two items, the reason why they are in the agenda places that they are in, it's because of the sequence of reports of the executive committee. They were not dealt with at the same meeting, or rather one meeting of the executive committee. You would appreciate that the other one is maybe on the first report and the other one will be maybe on the third report. That is the reason why they are separate. On the issue of sequencing the two reports, the suggestion is that the first one to be dealt with, logic dictates that it's the one that is on the second supplementary. But if you read both reports closely, you will notice that the one that we are dealing with is the report in relation to the authority that is granted to the board of the ICC to revise its budget and allocate this 11 million. So in terms of this MFMA provision, the board can only do so after it has been authorized by the mayor. And in terms of MFMA, since we have an executive committee system, the mayor must do so in consultation with the executive committee. So what was considered here was the authority to be granted to the board of the ICC to revise its budget. However, this capital expenditure is the responsibility of the city as the 100% shareholder. However, because of the urgency of the situation, ICC had to revise its budget to fund this expenditure. As you can appreciate, the SEDEC is around the corner, August is around the corner. Now, there was a need for a subsequent report to be submitted to authorize allocation of these funds to reimburse the ICC for that capital expenditure. So the second report relates to the authority to revise the budget or reprioritize the budget so that funds could be made available to reimburse the ICC for this capital expenditure. So they are in the correct sequence because they address two distinct issues which are connected. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mhlongo, for the clarification for council to better understand why these items, they seem to be similar, but they're not appearing in different reports. I hope, Councillor Mngango, you are now empowered, you are ready to start a debate.
No, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thanks for clarity from legal. I think, Honourable Speaker, if I read page 58 at the bottom, I think that's where the challenge was, because what it does is not a recommendation per se, but it says subject to council approval for the proposed budget representation, the DICC will be reimbursed for the expenditure. So meaning already on this recommendation, we are already committing, which I felt it should be on the recommendation as well. Because on the other side, on the discussion, we're already committing, which one must say, Honourable Speaker, we are not opposed to this upgrade, and one must be clear that one have taken initiative to go and see, because already it's been done, just to see what's going on there. And what, although 11 million seem to be a big amount, but when one assesses at the ICC, these upgrades will remain permanent as much as they came at the request of SADC delegation, but it's not like temporal upgrades. That is what gave Action SA some comfort, because we were worried that what kind of toilets would cost so much money. But what gave comfort is to see that these upgrades are permanent, and I will be helping ICC to remain with this new infrastructure, which is already being done at ICC. So on that basis, Honourable Speaker, and based on the research that we have done on this particular project, we are not opposed to this proposal. I was just for noting this time around, but we have done our assessment and we are comfortable, but we are believing that a recommendation was not well crafted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mandlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And thank you to Unjomane for guiding the meeting. Ngicela ukuqala ngokuvuma ukuthi uKhansela Mngwango uqinisile ukuthi kunzima ukukhuluma ngale report kungakhulumeki nangale enye ngenxa yokuthi ayathelelana vele. Kodwa ke uqinisile ubaba uMhlongo ukuthi naku seyithola ekwi-meeting eyodwa nje, kodwa izinto ezenzeka ngokulandelana e-meetingini ezahlukene. Ngakho ke ukuze singasimoshi isikhathi sakho mangabe sesikhuluma ngale yesibili, sizokhuluma ngako konke la. Okokuqala nje ukuthi kuyasijabulisa kakhulu njenge-ANC ukuthi idolobha lakithi laseThekwini liqhubeke ngokuthembeka ukuthi lizosingatha ingqungquthela ezinkulukazi ezisezingeni lomhlaba. Siyabonga kakhulu ke kumongameli wezwe nekomiti lakhe ekuyibona abasinikeze lokuthi ilungelo lokuthi sikwazi ukuthi sisingathe lo mcimbi omkhulu kangaka we-SADC Summit. Lapho khona kuzobe kufike omongameli bamazwe asemazansi neAfrika abayishumi nesithupha behamba nominister babo nama-delegation amakhulu, okusho ukuthi amahhotela akithi azobe egcwele, ama-restaurant akithi kanjalo ne-airport yakithi izoqhubeka isebenze. Kanjalo-ke nalento beyishiwo ontaba ngayikhonjwa laba abangasithandisisi kahle siyidolobha leThekwini yokuthi mawufika lapha e-ICC ufika kukhala ibhungane, izokwazi ukuthi ingenzeki ngenxa yokuthi iyaqhubeka imicimbi iyahlala lapha ya ukuthi-ke soloku kwangena uhulumeni omusha wentando yeningi abayithandisisi kahle izinto ezenzekalayo into abakayikhonjwa. Ngakho-ke siyayi-support i-report futhi siyakwamukela ukuthi i-ICC iyindawo esingatha imicimbi yamazwe ngamazwe. Ngakho-ke istandard sakhona nohlobo lomsebenzi kufanele kwenziwe khona, indlela olu-specialized ngayo ne-expertise edingeka khona ayifani nje nokuthi kube bekuzoyilungiselwa ithoyilethi lakithi laphaya or amathoyilethi akithi laphaya emaplazini eNanda. Ngakho-ke sikulindele vele ukuthi kufanele bakwazi ukuthi bakwenze, ngesikhathi kwenzeka kufanele benze isiqiniseko sokuthi iyakwazi ukuthi iqhubeke isebenze indawo ngaphandle kokuphazamiseka. Ngakho-ke iningi ezinye izinto ekumele zenzeke ukwenzela ukuthi umsebenzi isolate-ke from the rest of ibhilidi ukuze kwazi ukuthi ibhilidi liqhubeke lisebenze. Siyesapotha kakhulu lento and siyesapotha futhi imizamo eqhubekayo nokwenziwa idolobha lakithi ukwenza ukuthi le ndawo esiyiphethe thina siyidolobha leTheku on behalf of abantu bakithi siqhubeke siyiphathe ikhompithe pound for pound ney'ndawo eziranwa ilaba ababucala, okuyinto abayithanda kakhulu-ke labantu be-DA ukuthi ukube kuya ngokwabo ngabe sebeyidayise zonke lezi zinto esiyiphethe siyidolobha leTheku bayinikeza abelungu ngoba vele bakholelwa ekutheni yonke into ukuze ibe right kufanele ibe sezandleni ezi-private and lezo zandla kufanele kube izandla zabelungu.
Point of order.
No, bengenzela imadala-ke le nto asho seyekile.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, Councillor Madlala.
Hayi sengiqedile ukwatshela lamaxoki speaker, ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The recommendations, councillors, on page 59, they are here for noting as has been indicated. They are noted, councillors.
Noted, Speaker.
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you. Next item, CFO.
Thank you, Babu Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Kabenda.
Speaker, the leader of the DA, Councillor Mteto, has been trying to get your attention. I'm not sure if you cannot hear him.
No, I did not hear him. Councillor Mteto?
No, I just wanted to make a comment for your consideration, Speaker, because I don't think that as the presiding officer of the meeting, you should wait for us to call a point of order when a speaker on the floor is provocative to the opposition. I don't think they should wait for us because we want to respect the flowing of the meeting. Therefore, we want to call upon you to call the speakers to order if they are out of order. For instance, Councillor Madala calling us Amatogi, you shouldn't be waiting for us to raise that with you. It is well within your powers to call him to order so that we all respect the smooth flow of the meeting. We don't want to keep calling you to call people to order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mteto, for bringing that to our attention. Councillor, let's proceed, councillors. Dr. Mguni.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're now moving to the supplementary agenda.
Okay, it means we, in terms of our, we are still on report. We are done with the first report of the Executive Committee. Either His Worship the Mayor or Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mieni, will table the second report of the Executive Committee.
Thank you, Somlom. May I table the second report of the Executive Committee? Thank you.
Nine upon total. Yeah. Okay. Okay, no, remove this. Yeah, thank you very much. The report has been tabled. I will now request the acting city manager to present the first item.
Thank you, House Speaker. The first item is from a report of Trading Services Committee with respect to the meeting that was held on the 20th of July 2026. The first item is 1.1, development of Kunubia Town Center, reallocation of funds for the conversion of the 132 kV overhead power line to underground cable. Committee recommends. It's here for approval.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I will take hands from the floor for this report because I understand that political parties never have sufficient chance or an opportunity to submit the speakers on this item. Therefore, if you want to speak on this report, the second report of the executive committee, you will just give us an indication. You will be unmuted and unmute yourself, and then you'll be able to debate any item. Now we are on page 3, 1.1. The report has been presented. Are they?
Speaker?
Yes, Cousin Tajwa?
Just a point of clarity. If then that is the case, other councillors are not unmuted.
No. Council,
how are we going to know who wants to speak?
You raise your hand. We can see your hand this side. If you raise your hand, it can appear on our system. We'll then unmute you. Once unmuted on our side, you unmute yourself, then you speak. But firstly, you must raise your hand, be recognized, then allowed to speak.
Okay, I hear you.
Thank you.
If you are confident, it's okay.
Thank you. Recommendations are great. Councillors, page 6.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Next item, CFO.
Next one is on page 6, item 1.2, request for authority to enter into memorandum of understanding between EThekwini Municipality and Hamburg Weiser in Germany for sanitation and water operations partnership. It's here for approval. Committee recommends.
That is page 8, 1.3. Again, I will invite speakers if there's anyone who want to debate the item. As I've indicated earlier, all these items in this report, you will be given that opportunity, councillors, to raise your hands from the floor. We're trying to be fair to all of you. That is 1.3, eh? It's 1.2. 1.2, page 6. Yeah, Councillor Kavenda, you'll be number 1. Any other speaker?
I'm not raising my hand to speak on the item.
Okay, we're dealing with the item now. It means we are not speaking on the item. Any other speaker on the item?
Speaker, just to note that the DA has sent in a list, and if Belinda can please just aid us with that, we will try to raise our hands, but our list has been sent in advance. Thank you.
Okay, you have sent the list. Okay, let me check here. Let me check Councillor Kavenda. Yeah, on item page 11, 1.4. Yes, Councillor Kabenda, on 1.4, yeah, there is a speaker from DA. There is no speaker on 1.2. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Page 8, City Manager.
Next one is 1.3 on page 8, request for authority to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to utilize funds transferred by the Gates Foundation to EThekwini Municipality to procure goods and services in support of non-sewer sanitation technology. Therefore, approval, committee recommends.
There is speaker. Otherwise, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Yes, page, yeah, page 11, that is where I've got two speakers. City Manager.
On page 11 is item number 1.4, request for authority to acquire by means of private treaty or expropriation the land required for the construction of the reservoir, elevated tank and associated inlet and outlet pipelines in Quarry Heights. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kabenda. You'll be number 1, followed by Councillor Madlala, will be number 2. In that order, Councillor Kabenda.
Thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance welcomes this long overdue initiation of the Quarry Heights Reservoir and this elevated tank project. But we must strongly condemn the decades of abysmal municipal planning and the structural neglect that has really left the northern communities, particularly in Verulam and surrounding areas, suffering from, catastrophic water outages, as you all know. Now, while this specific item focuses on infrastructure for Quarry Heights and the cold supply zone, it really exposes the systemic failures of the EWS unit to manage growth and build a resilient water network in this area. For years, this municipality has adopted a reactive kind of band-aid approach to water infrastructure, and the residents of Verulam are paying the highest price. This region has been plagued by prolonged water outages due to a fundamental lack of systemic redundancy. Our reservoirs cannot build adequate reserve capacity because they are starved of incoming bulk water, either from the struggling Durban Heights facility or Hazelmere water treatment plants. The moment supply drops or a single pumping failure occurs, the entire system crashes, leaving thousands of households and businesses dry for days or weeks on end. The DA is deeply concerned and frustrated by the municipality's failure to align spatial planning with actual service capacity. For example, in wards 59 and 60, massive housing projects and private developments continue to receive a green light from the city. Now, this is concerning because no red flags have been raised and approvals are being granted without any red flagging or on the severe bulk water deficits. There is zero capacity. EThekwini is actively adding thousands of new connections to a grid that cannot even sustain its existing consumers. Now, is this a planning blind spot? The report notes that there are already approximately 2,899 informal and unplanned dwellings in the Quarry Heights area alone. Adding formal developments to a collapsing system without first securing bulk supply is a recipe for disaster. And it sets the perfect springboard for illegal connections, which are already rife, unchecked, and causing ratepayers much prejudice in this particular area. A closer analysis of this specific committee item reveals several other red flags that the DA will definitely demand regular oversight on. There is definitely a high risk of project delays via the expropriation route. This report states that the site is situated on privately owned land belonging to the Wusi Oakford Community Trust. Now, while the DA supports the recommendation to pursue private treaty acquisition first, the inclusion of expropriation clauses suggests potential legal or logistical stalemates and potential delays. We all know that land registration and legal battles can drag on for years, delaying the actual construction of this vital infrastructure. There also seems to be exclusion of critical hidden costs. The estimated cost of this 1.5 million provided in the capital budget excludes survey, conveyancing, and registration costs. And we need transparency on these hidden auxiliary costs to ensure that this does not become another project plagued by unauthorized expenditure, or even a budget overrun, or a musical chair of reprioritization in a budget every year thereafter because the project has stalled. Now, there's also a non-revenue water contradiction. The report highlights the involvement of the water design and non-revenue branch. EThekwini currently loses over 50% of its treated water to leaks and illegal connections, and this peaked in June with a 65% loss in non-revenue water. Now, how does this matter? Building a new 5 megaliter reservoir and 150 kiloliter elevated tank will do very little to solve the area's water crisis if half of the water pumped into it leaks into the ground before it even reaches a resident's tap. Now, this has an interruption domino effect, which we see daily in Verulam. The item admits that under the current temporary setup, once the Red Cliff Reservoir reaches its full supply level, pumping ceases, cutting off water to the higher lying areas, which is Quarry Heights and Colt areas. This fragile operational dependency proves that the city's network design lacks basic engineering resilience. Now, the DA supports this acquisition of land because the residents of this area desperately need water security. However, we cannot allow the municipality to use the single project to paper over the cracks of the broader failures in Verulam and the greater northern region. We will be utilizing our role on the Trading Services Committee and at EXCO to exercise fierce oversight, demanding that bulk supply bottlenecks are resolved and that unbridled development in wards 59 and 60 are scrutinized until EWS can prove that it has the capacity to deliver. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Freedom Front Plus. Freedom Front Plus, please unmute yourself.
Speaker, I'm not sure if your mic is muted.
Yeah, mine is not. I'm sure I'm audible, councillors. Yeah, I'm inviting the second speaker,
Yes,
from Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Although we are in support of the intention of this item, the Freedom Front Plus abstain because of the expropriation clause. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must commend Councillor Govender for being crafty. You know, you see that they would say they support the item, but then bring everything else that is a problem everywhere else and lump it on the item, so that someone who's listening to this meeting would not be sure whether the EThekwini as a city is doing anything about the crisis that is facing the water challenges that are facing many communities of EThekwini. Now, one, we must commend the department for the sterling work that they've done. We all know that EThekwini has suffered from the continuous crisis of flooding, which eroded massive amounts of our infrastructure to a point where some areas where there used to be infrastructure, there was nothing to speak of. The quick turnaround and recovery in that regard should be commended. And we must thank the people of our city because it's their money that we used, we reprioritized from other projects to actually fix the water, critical water infrastructure, electricity, and roads and bridges. Now, we are not going to be able to do everything in one go because we've honestly declared that the amount of damage that was done by the floods, the continuous and the recurring floods, far outstripped our budget. We were honest about it. We did the calculations and we presented the figures. So it's going to be an incremental thing where we'll move from area to area. And this is exactly what we are doing. Like, for instance, in the north, we improved the capacity of the Okunjini plant from 1 megaliter to 3. That is another project where we are trying to meet the demand that is out there. Also, we were clear that even before the floods, not everyone in EThekwini had access to potable water because of the apartheid spatial planning and all of those things. Now, the people have always been comfortable with water and everything. Ikona bekhala kangaka ngoba abayajwayele lento yokwabelana nezinye izakhamuzi ngamanzi. Now that sekufanele babelane nathi, sekufanele senze isiqiniseko sokuthi the Ogunjini water treatment plant satisfies and covers the community of Osidisweni, Sibhedlela kanye nemiphakathi in the far-flung areas. Vele ke kuzokwenzeka ukuthi uthole ukuthi indawo abantu abazalwa benamanzi endlini uma bengasawatholi kahle amanzi sebekuthi ukuphazamiseka bese bekhale kakhulu ngoba abayijwayele lento yokwabelana nezinye izingane. Le report ithi si-approve 1.5 million rands ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sithole umhlaba la sizofaka khona silungise infrastructure ukuze kwazi ukuthi amanzi aye kubantu siyisupporta leyo. Wonke omunye umuntu ozojoyina asuye-supporta leyo nto leyo. Uma kuwukuthi akayisupportanga ibudget uzobudlala ngathi nje usiqambela amanga ngoba yonke lento izokwenzeka ngenxa yokuthi kune-budget esayi-approvayo. Ikona-ke manje sesiyaba ngey'thebe leyo budget leyo. Uma ungayisupportanga ibudget yonke enye into elandela emva kwayo ukwazi ukuthi uthi uyayisupporta ngoba iyizeleze ngoba kube kuya ngokwakho ngaba kukho budget yokuyenza leyo nto. I-ANC yayisupporta le. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's move to the next item. Dr. Mnguni.
The next item is on
Speaker.
Councillor Mthetho.
Again, I'm rising just on a point of clarity here because we're in a virtual meeting. Obviously, we would want everyone participating in the meeting and those that are watching the meeting through live streaming to be able to follow what is happening and what is being said. I was wondering, as the owner of this meeting, as the convener of this meeting, what mechanism do you have so that if I decide to speak in Setswana, but other people are not compromised and disadvantaged by that? So in terms of your translation, what is the plan that you have so that we don't leave other people behind, because not everyone is bilingual or multilingual?
Yeah, they are interpreters. We do have interpreters. Council have provided interpreters to assist. Thank you. Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you. The next item is item 2.1 from a report of Finance Committee.
2.1.
2.1, yes.
Page 30.
Page 13.
Page 13, yeah.
Yeah, update of credit facility and short-term overdraft facility with First Rand Bank Limited with effect from 30 June 2026. The report is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Yes, page 13, 1.1. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's move, Dr. Mnguni.
The next one is on page 15, item 2.2. Quarterly report on withdrawals from municipal bank account in terms of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, dated 7 July 2026. The report is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Are the recommendations noted, councillors?
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you.
The next one is item 2.3 on page 15. Progress report.
It's 15 or 16?
Still page 15.
2.3, 15, yes.
Yeah. It's progress report on 2 billion loan borrowing for capital project. It is here for noting, Chair. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Perte. You are number 1, followed by His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Silitsaba. Okay, Freedom Front Plus as well. Van der Rees. You'll be number 2 after Perte. In that order,
Thank you very much, Speaker. In principle, the DA has no objection to responsible borrowing when borrowing is used to build infrastructure that our residents desperately need. But borrowing 2 billion is not an achievement in itself, especially so when the debtors book presently exceeds 46 billion. The achievement is what you do with the 2 billion once you've borrowed it. And that's where the DA has serious concern. This municipality is borrowed against the future of EThekwini's residents. That means every rand borrowed today must produce an asset, a service, or an economic benefit that justifies the debt and the interest that residents will ultimately have to pay. The report before us is therefore not simply about obtaining finance. It is about whether the municipality has the capacity to turn borrowed money into completed infrastructure. To be concerned. We have repeatedly seen capital projects delayed by procurement problems, insufficient planning, budget shortfalls, and implementation failures. We've just recently heard an example where the old North Coast Road project reached 99.9% of its authority, while additional funding had to be secured in time, resulting in the work being suspended. That is exactly the type of planning failure that should concern us when we are dealing with borrowed money. Speaker, there's another fundamental issue. Debt has to be repaid, whether the project is completed or not. The bank does not say, we understand that your tender was delayed. The bank does not say, we understand that your contract expired. The interest clock continues to run. So when a capital project is delayed, the municipality can end up paying financing charges without receiving the full benefit of the infrastructure. That is not simply an administrative inconvenience. It's a cost to the ratepayer. And this comes at a time when the municipality is already under financial pressure, with a very large debtors book, constrained liquidity, and significant infrastructure maintenance backlogs. So therefore, need much stronger reporting on this 2 billion rand. Council should be able to see, project by project, how much has been borrowed, how much has actually been spent, which projects are complete, which projects are delayed, and what is the reason for every delay. And critically, how much interest and other financing costs are being incurred while projects remain incomplete. Because the DA supports infrastructure investment. We acknowledge that we need roads, we need water infrastructure, we need sanitation infrastructure. We need reliable electrical infrastructure, we need stormwater and flood resilient infrastructure. But borrowing money and then struggling to spend it effectively is not an infrastructure development. It's simply adding debt to the city's balance sheet. The municipality itself has recognized that infrastructure deterioration, implementation delays, and procedural insignificance remain serious challenges. Our message is simple. Do we borrow faster than we can build? Before taking an additional debt, this council must be satisfied that projects are planned properly, that procurement is ready, that implementation capacity exists, and that the municipality can repay the debt without placing further pressure on residents. DA will support borrowings when this responsible, affordable, transparent, and linked measure infrastructure is delivering. But we will not support a culture where borrowing is presented as progress while residents wait for years for infrastructure that they were promised. Speaker, the 2 billion rand is not free money. It is a liability against the future. People of EThekwini deserve to know that every rand borrowed today will result in an asset that serves them tomorrow. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Freedom Front Plus.
Speaker, according to the IMF, assistance can be crucial during economic crises. Government's reliance on external loans might limit its ability to respond to future issues. Countries with smaller IMF debt commitments have greater budgetary capacity to spend in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and productivity boosting measures. These countries maintain sustainable debt levels and effectively execute reform and frequently better positioned to attract foreign investment access to global financial markets and absorb external shocks. Bad policy drives away investment, and this then leads to borrowing. I say fix our policies to create jobs and investment. And now I want to ask, are we in an economic crisis? The Freedom Plus does not support the borrowing, but notes the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, His Worship. Councillor Klaba.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to yourself and the DM and the entire leadership, as well as the acting city manager. Thank you very much for the opportunity. As the African National Congress, we welcome the report presented outlining the roadmap towards signing a loan agreement on this 2 billion rand that we were speaking about. I must add this, Mr. Speaker, that the colleagues are speaking as if this is a decision or this a recommendation to council to grant management authority to go out and borrow money. That decision was taken a long time ago at a point when we were approving the budget. It's part of the budget. This 2 billion rand was approved there. What we are now discussing, what is before us, is just for management saying to ESCO and to council that since you have approved that we go out and borrow money, here is now the roadmap. In other words, the time frames, starting from the point when they advertise the request for proposals. The request for proposal will go out on the 6th of July, and the signing of loan agreement and their dates in between, closing for receipt of proposal, which is 7th of August, and making public the information, and 14th of August, and the deadline for receipt of comments. We are still we are going to consult provincial treasury, because the law, the MFMA says when you go out and borrow and you have received a request for proposals, you must consult National Treasury, you must consult provincial treasury, and then sign the loan agreement on the 6th of October 2026. So these are the time frames that are being presented to us. It's not a request for us to authorize them to borrow, because that decision was taken a long time ago. We took it knowing fairly well that there are projects that needed to be funded. We are a city that is spending in excess of 600 million rand for capital projects, particularly that deal with infrastructure to support the economy. That today we are receiving investors, and last year alone we did report this, that we unveiled 50 billion rand worth of investment projects in the city. And but that doesn't happen by coincidence. It means that the city must spend money to attract investment into the city. Ufaka imali uhulumeni ngoba fanele wakhe ufaka amanzi, ufaka ugesi, ufaka umgaqo, indawo ukuze ibukeke i-attractive for investors. Then ama-investors mesiyabuya ke sezo-investa kuleyo ndawo leyo. Angenje umzekeliso nje sithi mina singizohlala phansi ukuthi le investment eseshongweni lapha is a 15 billion rand worth of investment, and is a West Town Mall, and 1.5 billion rand of that investment is already up and going. The shops are there. There's a lot of activity happening now there. And but to roll out that to 15 billion rand, we had to put 600 million rand infrastructure to support, to catalyze that particular development. So there's just no way you can run away from borrowing money and to put in on the infrastructure. The money we borrow is not for operational expenditure. Ngeke uyiboleke imali uyokhokhela ama-salaries, uyiboleke imali okwenza lezinto ezi-operational. Imali oyibolekayo, you can only utilize imali oyibolekile for capital projects only. Ngamanye amazwi, imali oyibolekile isebenza to invest in the economy, to grow the economy, so that you can be able to enhance the revenue for the city. Uma i-economy yakho isikhulile, kusho ukuthi uzokwazi ukuthi ukholethe i-revenue ethe xaxa kumphakathi lowo. Kanjalo futhi uzokwazi ukuthi uvule namathuba emsebenzi, abantu baspend more in the city. The more people are in the city, and the more people they spend in the city, the more revenue we make. So this is not a loss, it is an investment in the economy. Therefore, as the city, a move such as this one, where we can't raise funds, we must go out and borrow money from the market. In actual fact, at a point in time, and borrowing here is 18% of 40% that is allowable. We can go up to 40%, but we're still at 18%. It means that our borrowing as a city is responsible, and treasurer, national treasurer, our financial management at Dolobha laseThekwini are sound. When all other municipalities babebanjelwe ismali, we here in the city of Durban, our equitable share was never threatened because of how we're actually managing our finances. So, colleagues, I thought I should allay the fears, and the people must not think that this is money to borrow to pay salaries. This is money is borrowed to pay for water, to pay for electricity. But this is money borrowed to invest in the structure, to invest in the economy, so that we grow the economy of the city, so that we create the jobs. We can't be singing about the jobs. We've got to create the jobs. For us to create the jobs, we must invest the money in the economy. So this 2 billion rand will be invested in the economy to build the economy and to create more jobs. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. The report is here for noting. The recommendations noted.
Noted.
Thank you. Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Next one is on page 17, public tender awards of EThekwini Municipality for the month ended 30 June 2026. Is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. The recommendations noted.
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 Next item.
Next one is on page 18, item 2.5, budget statement report for the month and quarter ended 30 June 2026. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. The recommendations are on page 19. They are here for, I think,
for noting.
It's for noting, yes. Are the recommendations noted, councillors?
Noted.
Noted.
Noted. Next item.
Next one is on page 20, item 2.6, procurement plan for the top 400 capital project as at 30 June 2026. It is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Page 20 are the recommendations noted, councillors?
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you very much. Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Next one is on page 28, item 2.7, report on dispute resolution management for the month ended June 2026. It's here for noting. Committee recommends.
Page 28, there's a speaker. It's Councillor N. Olu from the Democratic Alliance and Councillor Madala from the ANC. Page 28, item 2.7. Councillor Olu. Please raise your hand so that you'll be assisted this side by unmuting your mic. Your microphone is unmuted.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Speaker.
apologies to Speaker and to Councillor Kulu.
Yes.
Councillor Mtet, you see, this is what I feared. The last item that we've just passed now, on page 18, item 2.5, we had a speaker there, Councillor Pietre, and he had his hand up. That's exactly what I feared.
Councillor
Pietre, it's not always going to be possible for you to be able to see hands, really.
No, yeah, I hear you, Councillor Mtero, but the team that assists me here, they make sure that they check our system to monitor hands, as I've indicated earlier, that I will take hands from the floor. I didn't get an indication unless my team tried to indicate ngangezo, kodwa asibonanga sina inhloso yokuvimba amakhansela ngoba le-item sishilo ukuthi abantu bazophakamisa izandla kodwa ngoba wona yakwazi ukukhuluma bekwenzekile baphakamisa, just stop us u-indicate sikwazi ukuthi sihloniphe sime sibanikeze ithuba lolo gunya besilinikezile. You should have maybe interjected us sime sibatetene, but let's check uKhathalani Xulu ngoba yena ubhaliwe la. Khathalani Xulu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 204 disputes with 73% of them being resolved within 30 days might look impressive. If you only read the summary, you think the system is working very well. But Speaker, I'm afraid it's not. And the reason I'm saying this is because as councillors, we deal with residents every single day, carrying disputes that have dragged for months, some even years, serious disputes, billing errors that never get corrected, meter disputes that nobody follows up. And when I look at this report, most of these disputes are not reflected here. So, Speaker, I'm asking myself, Uguti, where are those disputes? And the answer, Speaker, is that they never get logged. Most residents don't know that there's a formal dispute process that exists. They don't know that there's a process, a form, and the reference number, and therefore it ends up not getting logged. It never enters the system, it never gets counted, and it never gets resolved through the proper channel. So this report, Speaker, does not measure residents' grievance. It's only measuring what makes it into the system. It's not measuring what's actually out there in our communities. And so, Speaker, if the administration wants to claim a 73% resolution rate, it must first make sure that residents can actually access the process it's measuring. That means rural education at our Sizakala frontliner staffs, and that means more clear communication on these. And until that gap is closed, Speaker, I'm afraid 73% is just a number that doesn't reflect the real backlog that our residents are carrying. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Xulu. Councillor Malala.
Siyabonga kakhulu Baba Speaker. Abantu baseThekwini bathumele thina la ukuthi sizobamela la emkhandlwini. And ezinye zezinto abasithume zona khona nje kuphela ukuthi sizophikisa nokuthi sizokhomba into errong. Kodwa ukuthi mangabe kukhona izinto eziyinhlelo engase ikwazi ukuthi basize. Sisebenzise ama resources omkhandlu, sisebenzise ama office ethu, sisebenzise zonke inhlelo ezikhona esinikeze umkhandlu ukuthi sibenze abantu bakithi bazi ukuthi zikhona lezi inhlelo. Manje ke ngiphatheka kabuhlungu bangabe kukhona ikhansela elibona ireport la bese lithi khona abantu elibazi ukuthi banezikhalazo kodwa izikhalazo zabo azikho la, ngoba kusho ukuthi ikhansela lwenzile umsebenzi walo ukuthi lilekelele umphakathi ukuthi wazi ukuthi uma unezikhalazo ezifana nalezi zifakwaphi izikhalazo ukuze kwazi ukuthi indaba zabo zibe khona la. Kodwa ke angimangali ke ngoba ke seningababona umuntu abayikhontra lapha ka-ethics kuthiwa abayibambe imihlangano yomphakathi. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We support this report. We think the establishment of this committee, of this instrument to resolve disputes, is going to be very helpful to our people who want to dispute their bills and want to dispute. And we are taking the issue that we need to educate our communities to know about this and to encourage them to use this facility for their issues. I'm a bit disappointed that last council meeting, when we were affirming the people that missed out on the bus of the very good program of where we were dealing with their bills. When we were affirming those people, not everyone supported that program. So meaning that sometimes we are not watching the same game. Sometimes people oppose just for the sake of opposing. The ANC supports this, and we are going to continue to educate our communities and to assist our communities to come forward if they have disputes, and to encourage the culture of paying for the services rendered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. Is the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Noted.
Next item,
Noted.
Manager.
Next item is on page 30, debt collection report for the month ended 30 June 2026. It's here for noting committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you. Here is Councillor Ulu again, followed by His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Silkaba, page 30, item 2.4. Two speakers.
Point
of order, Speaker.
Yes, point of order.
My hand is up. It is up.
Okay, your hand is up. You want to speak on the item?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You will speak after Councillor Ulu. Thank you very much, Councillor Ulu, followed by Action SA, Paskin, then the Mayor.
Thanks again, Speaker. Speaker, I think we need to be honest with ourselves about what we are looking at today, because a few months ago, we were shocked by a debtors book sitting at 45 billion, which became 46, and today it's 47 billion. And the question is, at what point do we start admitting that what we are doing is simply not working? Because if nothing changes, we all know where this is going. In a few months' time, we will probably be sitting here discussing a debtors book of 50 billion. And I think that should worry every single resident of this city. And Speaker, it worries us even more, because when the DA finally takes over this municipality in 3 months' time, we would have to inherit a municipality with a debtors book approaching 50 billion. And that is a financial reality of the city, not a political point. Speaker, every quarter we receive another explanation for why the debt has increased. We are told about unemployment, poverty, illegal connections, and nobody is denying that those challenges exist. The discussion should be what has actually changed, because if the interventions were working, these numbers would not keep going one direction. Every quarter the debt grows and the explanation stays the same. That tells us that we have a revenue management problem, we have a collection problem, we have an enforcement problem, and ultimately an accountability problem. Now, because somebody must be able to explain why the municipality keeps losing ground despite all the interventions that are supposedly in place. Speaker, 75%, which is about 35 billion of this entire debt, belongs to households. Surely that should force us to rethink how we collect revenue, how we suppose those who genuinely cannot pay, and how we deal decisively with those who simply choose not to pay. Instead, we seem to be accepting rising debts as if it's inevitable. It is not, Speaker. And then look at 42% of that entire debt, which comes from water alone. Almost half of our debt is sitting in one service. Yet, before we even bill residents, we are already losing an amount of treated water through leaks, through aging and infrastructure, and non-revenue water. So we are losing water before we can even sell it. And then again, you struggle to collect from the water that is built. That means we're losing revenue twice. Another thing, Speaker, the report mentions that we still have room to borrow more money. But what actually means that in simple terms is that a person who still qualifies for a loan from the bank, but is already struggling to pay back what they owe before. And then now, just because the bank says yes, it does not mean that's a wise decision. The municipality's own report admits this. It says before we borrow more, we must look at whether we are actually collecting the money we are already owed. That's just common sense. You don't keep borrowing while the pile of unpaid debts keeps growing behind you. That is not how you run a city. And at some point, Speaker, we have to move beyond explaining the problem and start producing measurable results, because residents do not need another report telling them why the debt is increasing. They need confidence that this municipality actually has a plan to stop it. And right now, judging by these numbers, that confidence simply does not exist. And Speaker, I'll end with this, that a warning is only useful if you act on it while there's still time. 47 billion, growing by $1 billion a month, is not something we can afford to treat as a routine. That is real money that should be going toward fixing roads, towards keeping the lights on and providing water to residents. And as a DA, we call upon the municipality to take this seriously and to commit to watching this number far more closely than you have been. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paskin.
Thank you, Speaker. Every month, this council receives another debt collection report, and every month we're told that strategies are being implemented. Every month we hear about interventions, and every month the debt keeps growing. This month the report has grown to 47 billion rand of uncollected debt. It's a record. Perhaps the municipality should congratulate itself on yet again achieving another consecutive record for the highest monthly increase in uncollected debt yet. The uncollected unpaid debt is increased at about 25% of the month's revenue collection. To put that into perspective, that's 1 out of every 4 people who should have paid this month simply didn't. This is the scale of the problem we're dealing with, and it's simply inconceivable. And yet, what does this report offer us? No recovery plan, no measurable targets, no timeframes, no accountability, nothing to show what has actually changed. Just business as usual. The report further shows
Your time is up, Councillor Paskin. His Worship the Mayor.
Chair, impossible. I do have an extra minute.
No extra minute. Mayor?
No, Chair, you do this every we have an extra minute donated from.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thanks once again for the opportunity. We are discussing an important subject. Is debt owed by our customers in the city? Indeed, it's worrying that the debt is increasing, and 75% of this debt is owed by our households. And there are many reasons that have been advanced which could be behind this problem. And it's really a serious problem. I think I think it's a responsibility for all of us, all councillors, all ward councillors, to speak Masakane whenever they are conducting their own public meetings, to encourage our customers to pay for services, to make the point very clear to our customers that the water we supply to them, the electricity we supply, the city has a responsibility to pay umgeni for water that we supply to them. We have a responsibility to pay ESCOM for the electricity. In other words, we are running a business. We are like a person who buys a product and in order to sell it to the customers. We buy electricity to sell it to our customers. We buy water to sell it to our customers. The day we fail to pay umgeni will switch off. It means that there will be no water coming into the city. The day we fail to pay electricity, ESCOM will switch off. It means that there will be no electricity and the electricity supply into the city. We don't want to reach to that point. As we stand now, we don't owe umgeni a single cent. We don't owe ESCOM a single cent. In other words, we are not owing them. But our customers are actually owing us. It means that we must take money from other services and pay for water and pay for electricity. So it's a serious matter that as a city we need to have a discussion about. Unfortunately, the ward councillors, they've not, particularly those that they are represented by the colleague who was speaking here, I've not heard them talking Masakane in their own words. And because they think that discussing the issue of debt, the debt is happening in other words, not in their words. Debt is across all words. And so we've got to speak in one voice on this particular matter. That of encouraging our debtors, so that our customers to pay for services. Indeed, we must commend the CFO and the city manager and the management that they are able to collect 94% of what they've billed. And that's what we are able to collect. And that has been possible because they've actually enforced the credit control measures, that whoever does not pay us gets disconnected. If you don't pay us for water, we disconnect you. Don't pay us for electricity, we disconnect you. And that has really improved the collection rate in the city. So our message to all is that if people don't pay, we will disconnect them. But my last point, Speaker, relates to matters, debt that is owed by government departments. And the provincial departments are owing us in excess of R1 billion. That's what we are owed by the department. And Public Works is owing us R21 million. And the schools, the Section 2021 schools are owing us R331 million. So again, we must encourage parents to pay school fees, because these Section 21 schools, they need money from the parents. Because if we owe the schools are going to owe, they will not be able to pay for services that are rendered to the schools as it were. So I'm saying, and we also have a responsibility to encourage our communities to pay schools. We also must pay school fees, colleagues, because if we don't pay a school fee, you are behind by a month or two. It means that the school is not going to be able to honor its debt obligations towards its creditors. And public works, please, colleagues who sit in public works committees in province and national, they must talk to the ministers of public works to ensure that, and they also make they pay for what you call honor their own debt. I'm happy with the decision that the minister has taken, that in the future, all departments now that are owing municipalities, and they will get their money minus what they owe a municipality, and that money would then be deposited into an account of a municipality directly and by National Treasury. If the Department of Education owes the city money, National Treasury will step in, gives the department its own equitable share, and minus what they owe the city, and that money will then be deposited directly into the city. We had to ask National Treasury to intervene to facilitate this payment so that we don't keep all the years complain that we don't get paid, departments don't pay us, when we can speak to National Treasury to deduct the money from them and then pay it directly to the municipalities. With that, thank you very much. I think we're making some progress. I should thank the team for the 94% collection rate, and I wish that they improve on that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendation is noted.
Noted.
Thank you. Let's move to the next item, City Manager. Before I invite the City Manager, at 2 o'clock we are going to have a break. It has been a long day, particularly on our side here at City Hall. I know that most of you, you also need to just refresh a little bit. We are going to take a break at 2. This is the last item before we break. We'll come back later and continue on page 58, 2.10. Last item, 47, page 47.
Thank you. The next item is 2.9 billing report for the month ended 30 June 2026. Is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Yeah, two speakers, Councillor Baxter and His Worship the Mayor. Then we break.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Again, my hand is raised. It's not noted.
Yeah, if you raise your hand, you don't raise a point of order. You say, no, Speaker, my hand is up, I want to speak, because the item is open. For that, it is unnecessary to raise a point of order. There's no need. Just raise your hand and say, Speaker, I want to speak, because we are allowed to do that. Thank you. Councillor Perte.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You just back on my Christmas card list for ignoring me just now, but it's fine. I'll forgive you. The DA welcomes any improvement in the municipality's billing system. But our responsibility as opposition councillors is not simply to congratulate the administration when the report contains positive numbers. Our responsibility is to look behind those numbers and ask whether the system is actually producing accurate bills and collecting the money that residents owe. This report tells us that the EThekwini has more than 929,000 municipal accounts. The municipality reports a billing completeness rate of 99.99%. With only 14 accounts not billed in June. On the face of it, that sounds excellent. But billing 99.99% of accounts is not the same as accurately billing 99.99% of accounts. The real concern starts when we look at meter readings. For urban water meter readers, the municipality reports that approximately 95% are read, with around 5% estimated. And in rural areas, the picture is considerably worse. Only around 82% are read, while 18% are estimated. That means almost 1 in every 5 rural water accounts may be receiving an estimated consumption figure. and estimated billing creates uncertainty for residents. It can lead to accounts that are disputed, unexpected increases when actual readings are eventually captured, and ultimately contributes to the growing problem of municipal debt, 47 billion. The report itself acknowledges that meter readers are sometimes prevented from accessing meters because they are chased away or robbed. We recognize the safety challenges faced by municipal employees, but council cannot simply accept estimation as a long-term answer. The municipality must have a clear strategy to eliminate avoidable estimates and ensure that residents pay for what they actually consume. The electricity meter situation is even more concerning. The report records 26,202 faulty electricity meters that have been reported to maintenance. The report further acknowledges delays in replacing these faulty meters and confirms this directly contributes to increased estimated billing. This is precisely where the DA believes council needs to demand accountability. If the municipality knows that more than 26,000 meters are faulty, how long are residents expected to wait for accurate billing? And how much revenue is potentially being lost, delayed, or incorrectly accounted for because meters are not functioning properly? The report also tells us that 640,383 customers are registered for e-service. So that's only approximately 66% of the bills. That means roughly a third of customers are still not registered on the digital platform. The municipality says it wants to modernize billing and reduce reliance on paper bills. The DA supports digital transformation, but transformation must not leave behind residents who do not have reliable access to technology or the internet. The municipality must maintain accessible alternatives while expanding its digital services. So, Speaker, the billing report contains some good operational figures, but it also exposes weaknesses that cannot be ignored. 99.9% billing completeness sounds impressive, but accurate billing depends on accurate meter readings. 26,202 faulty electricity meters cannot be simply treated as a statistic. An 18% estimation rate in rural water billing cannot be dismissed as business as usual. The DA therefore calls on the administration to focus not merely on producing bills, but on producing accurate bills, based on actual consumption, delivered to residents, and supported by an efficient system for resolving disputes and collecting legitimate revenue. Residents deserve nothing less than a DA-led administration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Paskin.
Thank you, Speaker. We continue to see building all over EThekwini, and we continue to hear of rezoning applications, land use requests for developing, and increasing complaints of lack of infrastructure to maintain the developments. Yet when you look at the figures, we have had an increase of 166 properties this month. That's 0.36% increase in terms of our rate base, and only 2,000, and will equate to about 2,000 over the year. For a metropolitan municipality of this size, that is extremely worrying. If the city's rates are barely growing, yet operation continues to rise every year, we'll become increasingly dependent on raising tariffs for existing ratepayers rather than becoming a revenue base. In addition, this report still measures the wrong thing. It tells us that accounts have been issued, but does not tell us whether those accounts are correct. We continue to receive complaints and complaints and complaints every single month, and until that is rectified, this billing report really does not make any difference to us as the end user. Thank you.
Thank you, His Worship. The Mayor.
Yes, Speaker, I'm not going to be long on this one because we've been speaking about this billing and why we have not been able to bill everyone, every customer. Uzokhumbula, Speaker, ukuthi in the past we had post offices and those post offices they were acting as a link between ourselves and our customers, because our customers would receive their bills via a post office. From 2021, we faced a new challenge. Post office are no longer operational. We had to start a new process altogether to harvest emails for those that want their bills via emails. We're making progress in that regard. Harvesting WhatsApp for those that want emails sent via WhatsApp. We're also encouraging our customers to download an app so that they are able to, read the meter and then submit the recording to the city, and so that they can build accordingly. And we've really increased what you call the issue of billing. What we are doing now is to ensure that people are billed for services that they consumed in that month. And our aim is to receive a fresh bill every month. And whereas in the past, people usothola bill after 3 months, usuthola bill after 3 months, and there was a leak, ugcina usufacea usubhekana nebill enkulu ngenxa yokuthi bungazi ukuthi kune-leak kwi-property. But if isikwazi ukubhila every month, as soon as ubona ama-figures ekhula kwibill yakho, you'll be able to take steps to correct it, because kusho ukuthi there's a leak on your property. That you are receiving a higher bill, it means that there's a leak on your property, or there's a higher usage of water and on your property. So that's what, these are the steps that we're trying, so that abantu bakithi bangabhekani nama-bills amakhulu. But we still encourage people to download the app so that they can do it themselves. You don't have to wait for us to go to your property, read the meter, and then send it to revenue, who must then generate a bill to yourself. You can read the meter yourself, then upload it on the app, and then send it to our system, and then we can then, so that you bill for what you consumed in that month. So we want our customers also to assist, play their own game. In that way, we'll ensure that we don't have the problem that the colleagues are talking about. Basically, it's not that we don't have the measures to address the problem. We do have the measures to address the problem, but it's because it takes a bit of time for people to get on the program, so that this problem is addressed. But we must really acknowledge that since revenue took over the function, there is some improvement on the numbers. There's really an improvement. So we must really encourage that. With that, especially Hlombe, Kota City, economic improvement, Kota there's still room for more improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillors. The report is here for noting. The recommendation noted.
Noted.
Yeah, thank you. We'll adjourn our meeting at page 47, item 2.9 at 2:45. We are back to continue on page 58. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Exact 2:45, we're back. much. Baxter, are you now able to speak? Okay, no, we've tried. Apologies for that. The report is here for noting. Councillors, are the recommendations noted?
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you. Next item, Ngoni.
The next one is on page 59 is a report from Economic Development and Planning Committee with respect to their meetings that was held on the 23rd of July. Is item 3.1, a request for authority to reprioritize approved capital budget allocation for Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center building upgrades project. Is here for approval. Chair, committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. I've got two speakers here. It's Councillor Nchai from the IFP and Councillor Ntuli from the ANC, but I can take speakers from the floor. Baxter, you will come after Nchai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to honorable leaders. The IFP welcome and supports the request for authority prioritization approved capital budget. And the 45 SADC Summit as EThekwini, we wish to congratulate the EThekwini Municipality and for more especially our economy. We are excited that we're gonna see our economy growing and the business people are gonna gain out of this. However, we having concern in terms of the cleanliness and the safety of our guests that will be coming to our EThekwini municipality. We wish to request a speaker that so that these people will come and invest in the future and spend more time within EThekwini to make sure that they feel safe and also our city is clean, and we wish to support this as the IFP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pechta.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I was on the previous one on 2.10. There seemed to have been a break in communication. Thank you very much, but it's not on this point, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli. Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Ntuli seems to have a connection problem. He's traveling on council business. I think we've said everything that needed to be said on this item when we were discussing it through the other item. We support.
Councillor Madlala, Unyamalel.
Those things in such a manner that it does not interfere with the running of the actual summit and the courteous and generous manner in which we want to receive these African presidents and delegations. We must also ensure that as council, as the city of EThekwini, we stand united and we push a singular narrative that says, as a city, we are open for business. We are part of the South Africa that is welcoming to the rest of Africa. However, in saying so, we are not saying we should then open our doors and open everything for unlawful activity and lawlessness. We're a law-abiding country, and everything that, every interaction that we are going to have with our fellow Africans and the rest of the world is going to be governed by the good governance principles, the rule of law, and the Constitution of South Africa. And we are committed to the development of the rest of Africa, which is going to ensure that no one wants to leave his country and go to another country unless they are doing so at their leisure, not because of the economic, political, or any other pressure that is pushing Africans away from their own countries. The ANC supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Recommendations on page 60, councillors. All agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
No,
Next
Speaker. No, the TA is against.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you. The next item is on page 63, a report of governance and HR committee from the meeting that was held on the 24th of July.
61, yeah.
Oh, hey, my apologies. Its next one is item 3.2 on page 61, request for authority to reprioritize the capital budget to operationalize 11 community bakery project is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Okay, it looks like there is a proposed there's a proposed amendment from Councillor Ukwala on item 3.2, page 61. Now there's a proposal that we add a recommendation which should be 3.2.4 to read as follows. EThekwini Municipality mandates its soup kitchens and encourage them to buy breads from these bakeries in order for them to be sustainable. It's from Councillor Kwala, seconded by Councillor Nchai. It is indeed with the rules of order. Is the proposed amendment, unless Councillor Kwala, before I invite council members to decide on the matter, I don't want to misrepresent your proposed amendment because I'm reading something that has been submitted by you, unless maybe you want to say something or confirm that what I'm reading is correct. Yes, you have confirmed with your signature, but because councillors have to vote, we normally give you a brief opportunity to say something on a proposed amendment because council members have to be convinced or persuaded. Do you want to say something or everything is clear, contained in the amendment form?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, for our project to be sustainable, we need to interlayer and link them because this bakery, they are producing bread, and the soup kitchen, they buy bread in order to feed those people they are feeding. So it will be prudent if we mandate and encourage this support from the soup kitchen to buy from the bakeries that we had in order to for sustainability and alignment. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kwala. Before I allow council members to make a decision, legal, or to comment on the manner the amendment is crafted. Durban.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. It, I'm not entering into a debate on the appropriateness of the addition, but the way it's crafted, it may be misinterpreted as encroachment onto procurement issues if you take it as is that the council is mandating soup kitchens and encourage them to buy bread from these bakeries because there are other bakeries that do not form part of the list that we are dealing with. Maybe if it's accepted, maybe instead of mandating and encouraging, you can leave it at ukuthi they must consider, so that you leave the decision to the officials that would be, or soup kitchens when they're procuring, and there is no decision of council that say we are mandating you to buy from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure councillors and Councillor Kwala, the opinion or the guidance from the head liquor is clear. It's just a choice of words, not entering the debate. Instead of using words like mandate, encourage, it looks like now we are telling, be it committees or interfering with the procurement system to say, when you are doing this, but go there. Now, it unfairly excludes other service providers that are not in the list. I'm sure, Councillor Kwala, it makes sense to you, but from the side of the Speaker, we are taking the guide of choosing the words correctly. But is your amendment? Can we agree that before we table to council, let's craft it correct so that it does not be seen to be in conflict with our SCM processes? Can we use the proposed words that council, the head legal is proposing for the Speaker is persuading you to consider accepting what is being proposed for council to vote? Councillor Kwala?
Yes, I fully agree with that, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. It means the amendment now will remove or delete words like encourage, and mandate. Instead of those two words, we'll use the words council municipality to consider. That's how the proposed amendment now will be read, to consider using these bakeries to buy breads in order for them to be sustainable. We are removing words, mandates, and encourage. Thank you very much, Councillor Kwala. This is a proposed amendment. Councillors, is the amendment agreed?
Agreed.
No, Chair.
Let's have the screen because there are some who are not in support. Let's have the screen, colleagues. Yes, whip of parties, please be ready. Your microphone will be unmuted so that we do this quickly. We'll start as we appear on the screen. Let's start from the ANC. Are you in support of the proposed amendment? Or against or abstain? ANC?
Support.
ANC support. DA?
Reject.
We don't reject here. We are against, or it means of voting. DA?
We are against.
EFF? IFP,
We support.
Action SA, against in the chart, APC,
Support.
ACC, ACC, the chart support, ACTP,
Against.
against AIC, they're not here.
EFF is here. Supports.
EFF support, let's record that. TLC, TLC, right, I take Aiko. APF, APF, ATM, who support in the chat? It's ATM? So, ATM, ATM in support, right, JEP, JEP, support, thank you, KZNI, support, MF,
Abstain.
do you abstain?
Yes.
Mosa, Mosa is in support of the chart, NFP, support, PFP,
PFP support.
PRM, PRM, TA,
TA support, Mr. Speaker.
TA support, UIM, UIM support. In the chart, Freedom Front.
UIM support.
Thank you, Freedom Front Plus.
Okay, may I ask you to just read it again if it's possible? Just to get clarity, Speaker.
The EThekwini Municipality consider its subscription to buy breads from these bakeries in order for them to be sustainable. I'm sure you have read the report and the content. Support. Thank you very much. Independent.
Against, Speaker.
MKP.
MKP support, Speaker.
Thank you very much. PRM, we are giving you the last chance. Nembona PRM. TLC abstain. Yeah, TLC. Okay, TLC and APF. No, let's add the numbers. Right, those who are in support of the proposed amendment, the number is 112. Those who are against, the number is 58. Those who abstain is only 1. Thank you. The amendment is being supported by the majority. Thank you very much. Councillor Gwala, now going back to the substances item. I'm not sure whether you want to debate the item or you only wanted to propose the amendment. Councillor Gwala?
No, thanks. We support.
Thank you. Support the item. Councillor Sbiya, DA. Councillor Sbiya? Say, please raise your hand. Succeeds and unmute. Kaziyasibiya. Asifuna ukudlula kanti khona emhlanganweni asikuboni kodwa ngapha message siyabhekisa nesiphakeme. Kuba lula mophakamitha sikubona kalula ngapha. Okay, unfortunately we have to move on. Councillor Madlala.
ANC supports. Thank you.
ANC support. Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed?
Great.
Agreed.
Thank you.
No, Speaker. The DA is against, Speaker.
DA is against. Thank you. Next item.
The next item is item 4, a report of Governance and Human Resource Committee from the meeting held on the 24th of July. First item 4.1, progress report on the implementation of salary benchmarking settlement agreement. The report is here for noting and approval. Committee recommends. Yes, page 63.
We are on page 63, item 4.1. No speakers in my list, unless there's someone from the floor who want to speak on the item before council make a decision. Otherwise, if there's no one, are the recommendation agreed? Is for noting, noted?
Agreed.
Is approval? Yeah, 4.1.2 is for approval, but the rest are for noting. 4.1.1 is for noting, is noted?
Noted.
4.1.2 for approval is agreed.
Approved.
4.2, yeah, no, there's something else, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that. Next item, Guni.
Next item is on page 65, item 4.2, handbook for councillors of EThekwini Municipal Council, preparation for end of council term of office 2021 to 2026. It is here for approval, Chair. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Totam Guni. There's no speaker on my list, but I can take any speaker from the floor to debate the item. Please raise your hand if you want to speak on the item. Oh, come on.
No.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you are recognized.
Sibonga somlomo mhlambe siyayowelcome i-item siwelcome ngokubonga ugovernance ukuthi abe proactive ngokuthi kuhleleke this exit, because uma uyifunde i-item iyacacisa kahle ukuthi izobe si-guided properly ikakhulukazi nasodabeni lwama tools of trade akhona ukuthi process izothini as siwabuyisa siyayisupport ke somlomo with a heavy heart ngoba it's saying goodbye to us, but it's item we really support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you. Next item, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. The next item is on page 67. A request for authority to renew lease agreements between EThekwini Municipality and other spheres of government for the lease of portions of Sizakala centers under the Customer Relations Directorate. It's here for approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mtetwa from the DA, you are the first speaker, then followed by Councillor Madlala. No. Let me do this. Councillor Mtetwa, you are number one here, but let me invite other councillors who want to speak on the item. Ngavali kanti khona baphakamiseni. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ntando Kuzwayo. You'll be number 2. Konomoy. Thank you. Councillor Mteto.
No, thank you, Speaker. Look, I was going to be addressing you, Mr. Speaker, but I think since you only have 2 months left in office, I might as well wait and address these issues with the new DA Speaker who's going to take over from you in December. So we may proceed to another item.
Thank you, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu somlomo cha ngibingelela somlomo nomhlangano wakho ngiyakufika amakhosi nasendlini kafishane nje somlomo uyaphupha ukhansela umthetho sayisupport item as African National Congress.
Thank you very much, councillors. The report is here for checking. It's for approval. Are the commission agreed?
Great.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next item.
The next one on page 69, 4.4, item 4.4, approval of public participation process for draft process plan for the development of the 27-28 IDP. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni. Any speaker from the floor on the item? There are no hands. Anyone want to speak? Thank you very much. The report, I think, is 4.41 is for noting, is noted.
Noted.
4.4.2 is approval, is agreed.
Agreed.
The last recommendation, 4.4.3, is noting, is noted.
Noted.
Thank you very much, councillors. Next item, Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you. The next one is 4.5 on page 70. Publication of draft section 12 notice of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998 for comments by municipalities. The report is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, councillors. Anyone want to debate the item? Councillor Perte, you are recognized. Councillor Perte, you are number 1. Councillor Kuzwayo will be number 2.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Perte, are you covered or maybe you are struggling where you are?
Covered, Speaker, covered.
Covered, thank you. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Angijwayele ukucover umuntu omhlophe kodwa ngicovered.
No, ubethu uzoma ku-birthday we-speaker.
Kahle mthetho.
Ngoba kusebholeni angithi la.
Kahle. This report is here for
Noting, but 4.5.3.
Yeah. 4.5.3. Yeah.
This one is for approval, the rest is for noting.
It's for noting.
Yeah, there are 2 recommendations that are for noting. 4.5.1 is for noting, noted.
Noted.
4.5.2 is for noting, noted.
Noted.
4.5.3 is for approval, is agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Hayi ninomdlandla masenibuye kwi-break eh. I can feel you ukuthi niyasebenza manje. Niyashesha. Thank you very much for that. Let's move to the next item, Dr. Mnguni.
The next one is on page 73. Approval of EThekwini Municipality's Data strategy is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Page 73, any speaker want to debate the item from the floor? There's no speaker from the floor. The report is here for approval. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager, let's move to the next item.
Speaker, the DA abstains.
DA abstain. Let's record that.
Why?
City Manager.
The next one is on page 75. Item 5, verified service delivery and budget implementation plan for quarter ended 31 March 2026. The report is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Any speaker from the floor? Page 75, item 5. Brenda, there's no one. Thank you very much. The report is for approval. Is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Next item.
Next one is on page 76, item 6. Final 2026-27 final service delivery and budget implementation plan is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Any speaker from the floor? Thank you. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Next item.
The next one is item 7 on page 76. Addendum to the appointment of the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board to consider the replacement of one of the members is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Any speaker from the floor to debate the item? Page 76, item 7. We don't see any hand on our side. Is the recommendation agreed?
Abstain.
Action SA abstain, Speaker.
Thank you. Action SA abstain. Let's record that. Thank you.
And the DA abstains.
DA abstain. Thank you very much, councillors. Next item.
The next one is on page 77, item 8, unverified service delivery and budget implementation plan for the quarter ended 30 June 2026. It is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni. Any speaker from the floor? Okay, thank you very much. Is the report or recommendations noted?
Noted.
Noted.
Yeah, thank you. We'll now go back to our main agenda.
Second supplement.
Oh, okay. Before we deal with the MPEC report, let's do this. We have the second supplementary agenda. Either His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Klaba, or the Deputy Mayor will table the report of the Executive Committee.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Once again, greetings to yourself. This is the third report of the Executive Committee. Am I correct, Speaker?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. It's my honor to present the third report of the Executive Committee. It is so presented, Honour Speaker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you. The first item, which is on page 3, item 9, approval of the final 2025-26 EThekwini Municipality's adjustment budget is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Please raise your hand if you want to debate the item. That report of the Executive Committee, page 3, Item 9. Councillor Perte, number 1. Then you'll be followed by the Mayor, Councillor Klaba, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Perte, you'll be the first.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So glad to have a moment on the floor. And today we are asked to consider the final adjustment budget for 2025-26. But this is it's about far more than moving figures from one column to another. It is about whether this administration planned properly in the first place. A budget is meant to be a roadmap. An adjustment budget should deal with unforeseen events. Instead, what we have before us is evidence of poor planning, constant reprioritization, and administration that spends more time correcting mistakes than delivering service. The report itself tells the story. We see grant funding withdrawals by National Credit as the Irish UPG allocation had already been committed. We see over 436 million in housing expenditure declassified. We see 157.9 million for alternative sanitation moved from capital to operating expenditure. We see project after project reprioritization across human settlements, engineering, electricity, water, and sanitation. These are not isolated accounting adjustments. These are serious questions about planning, project management, and financial discipline. The municipality also acknowledges that projects had to be reprioritized after the mid-year adjustment budget. That means our planning assumptions changed yet again, creating uncertainty for residents waiting for basic services. Speaker, the capital budget tells another worrying story. In February 2026, the capital budget stood at approximately 7.69 billion. In this adjustment budget, it falls to about 7.05 billion, a reduction of more than 640 million. Capital expenditure is what builds infrastructure. It replaces aging water pipes. It upgrades electricity networks and it repairs roads. It invests in wastewater treatment works. And every rand removed from capital investment today increases the maintenance backlog tomorrow. This is not asking for more explanations. They're asking why taps run dry, why sewage flows into rivers, why roads continue to deteriorate, and why infrastructure failures are becoming norm rather than the exception. Instead of accelerating infrastructure delivery, this adjustment budget moved money away while service delivery continues to suffer. The Democratic Alliance always warned when the original budget was adopted that it relied on optimistic assumptions while failing to adequately address the city's infrastructure crisis, declining financial position, and growing maintenance backlog. Unfortunately, those warnings have proved justified. Instead of stronger financial management, we now see repeated reprioritizations. Instead of certainty, we see constant adjustments. Instead of approving delivery, we continue to manage decline. Speaker, residents judge this council not on the size of our budget documents, but by the quality of service they receive. They judge us when they wait days for burst pipes to be repaired. They judge us when potholes remain unrepaired for months. They judge us when electricity outage becomes commonplace. They judge us when billions are budgeted, yet their quality of life continues to deteriorate. An adjustment budget should inspire confidence. This one instead highlights weak planning, delayed implementation, shifting priorities, and missed opportunities. The DA believes EThekwini can do better. We need realistic budgeting. We need disciplined financial management. We need infrastructure investment that is actually delivered. Most importantly, we need a principality that plans properly the first time, instead of repeating and correcting its own mistakes. The people of EThekwini deserve the council that delivers service. In a nutshell, Speaker, it deserves a DA-led municipality. We will not be able to support this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mieni, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Somlom. We welcome this adjustment budget for 2025 to 2026 financial year because it deals direct with some of the challenges. Kodwa kubalulekile Somlomo ukuthi sibacacisele abahlali baseThekwini ukuthi uma sikhuluma nge-adjustment budget asikhulumi
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I feel sorry, but I trust the people of our city, which they will never make a mistake of making Tetwa's dreams to come true. Otherwise, they are in trouble because we seem to be looking at the different ball games here. Final adjustments are an important tool in the financial management arsenal in ensuring that what gets presented at the end of the budget year is in line with what is actually obtaining on the ground. For instance, it provides an opportunity for us to check variances, compare actual spending versus planned targets, and correct that so that we are in line. It allows us to record accruals where there's revenue earned. You'll find that there are people who owed us for last financial year, for the previous financial year, who actually paid now. And there are people who actually paid for more than what they were owing. And those are revenue. This is the revenue end that needs to be accounted for. And there are also expenses that were incurred. Some of the expenses that were not budgeted for, like if there was litigation and you were found by the court of law that you need to be paying someone the money, that needs to then be accounted for in the final adjustment. It also allows you to add depreciations. I mean, there might be accounts for the loss of value of assets. We might have opened the year with assets valued at a certain price. It also accounts for the monies invested. And we'll find that because of the change in financial and economic situation in the world, some assets have depreciated and lost value. You need to account for that. You also, finally, you need to account for the reallocation and closing balances so that it provides or it becomes your final leg. That a good and prudent financial management asks for. And as the ANC, we supported the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. The report is here for, let me check. It's for approval, councillors. The recommendations, I think they're on page 7. It's page 7, eh? Yeah, it's page 7. Yeah. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Right.
Action SA against.
Plus abstain.
Agreed.
Okay, agreed. Action
MF
is A against.
abstains.
The DA is against.
MF abstains.
Right, let's record on the screen so that we are sure. So that we are sure. ANC,
Support.
DA,
Absolutely not supporting this.
EFF,
For.
support IFP,
Support.
Action SA,
Against.
ABC,
Support.
ACC,
Support.
ACTP,
Against.
ADEC, APF, HEM, HM support, JEP. Thank you. Support KZNI. MF.
Abstain.
Abstain Mosa. Mosa support in the chat NFP.
Support.
PFP.
Support.
Thank you. PRM.
Sino has
GA.
GA support.
UIM.
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus.
Abstain.
Abstain. Independent.
Against. Speaker.
Against. MKP.
MKP in support.
Okay. Mosa, it looks like Mosa is against, yes. Yeah, what was that? All parties have voted. Okay, thank you. Let's add the numbers. Thank you. Those who are in support of the recommendation, 109. Those who are against, 60. Abstain, 2. Therefore, recommendations will be carried through. Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
The next item is on page 8, item 2, noting of the 2026-2027 individual performance agreements and individual performance plans for Section 54A and Section 56 managers. The report is here for noting. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mguni. Are the recommendation noted, councillors?
Noted.
Noted.
Next item.
We're now done with this.
Yeah, now we've come to an end of the second supplementary agenda. We are going back to the main agenda. Back to page 4 on the order of procedure. We are now dealing with a report from MPEC. There are 2. Yeah, those reports from MPEC, I think they're on page. Report. The MPEC report are on 79. I'm not sure whether there are 3 or 2, but the chair will summarize them. Chair of MPEC, let me hand over to you to take counsel through your report summary of the recommendation. Thank you. Nala ke uphamisa isandla ke sikusize ngapha. Is it right? Yes, Councillor Boma.
Yes, greetings to you, Speaker. And as noma ngizwa speak.
Yeah, you're audible.
No, thanks. Ngibingelele kuwena, ngibingelele ku-mayor, ama-councillor, also ama-officials. Our three speaker, reported to be supplementary. Womathathu speaker, report it's UIFW. I'll start with the first report. It's a UFW speaker for different directorates, 2022-2023, 2023-2024, 2024 and 2025, and 2025-2026 financial years. I'll take it as read, Speaker, but I'll just deal with our recommendations. They are on page 2. The committee recommends that in compliance with Section 32 of the MFMA, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure amounting to 1.523.17.109, 0.03, as detailed in Annexure A of this report, be certified as irrecoverable and written off by council. That was number 1.1. 1.2, that in compliance with Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, total 10,657,123.65, as detailed in Annexure B of this report, be recovered from the relevant officials or former officials of the municipality. 1.3, that that it be noted that any consequence management recommendation have been or will be dealt with in accordance with council policy in relation to financial misconduct and oversight by the financial misconduct disciplinary board. So that was the first recommendation, Speaker, for ilento report yokuqala.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boma. Those are the recommendation. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Great.
Great.
Thank you. Next item.
No,
Chair.
he is against the speaker.
There is
Speaker?
against.
He is against.
Next report, Councillor
Speaker,
Boma.
the MF is against.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boma.
Speaker, the ACDP is against.
Oh. Okay. Thank you. Clear and recorded. Boma.
Speaker, the second report, it's a UFW expenditure 2025-2026 financial year. It's a local content, and 1st April 2026 to 30th of June 2026. Also recommendations, Speaker, they are on page 2. That the committee recommends that having examined the reasons provided for irregular expenditure incurred on different contracts due to non-compliance with local content requirements, the amount of 217,201,974.59 cents as contained in Annexure C to the report be written off. 1.2, that it is noted that any consequence management recommendations will be dealt with in accordance with the council's policy in relations to financial misconduct and oversight by the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board. So those were recommendations for report number 2. Speak.
Report number 2, the first recommendation 1.1 is for approval. Is agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
No.
MF is against.
ACDP is against.
DA is against, ACDP is against, MF is against. 1.2 is for noting, is noted.
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted.
The third report, Chair.
Thanks, Speaker. Again, the third report, it's a UFW expenditure for different directorates, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026 financial year. The recommendation, Speaker, on again on page 2, the committee recommends that in compliance with section 32.2 of the MFMA, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure amounting to 827.916 353.66 cents, as detailed in Annex D of this report, be certified as irrecoverable and written off by council. That was 1.1. Then 1.2, that it be noted that any consequence management recommendations have been or will be dealt with in accordance with the council's policy in relations to financial misconduct and oversight by financial misconduct SPA report. So those were recommendations, Speaker, for the third and the last report.
On the last report, councillors, recommendations are here for approval. They are all agreed, councillors.
MF against.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Great, thank you. Now
Against,
it means
against.
DA is against, okay?
Speaker? Yeah.
It means now, in terms of the order of procedure, we are now on report of the Ethics Committee. It is laid on table. The chair of the Ethics Committee will summarize the report, focusing more on recommendation. Councillor Mthembu Zondi, please raise your hand. You will be unmuted and be able to address council. Okay, Deputy Chair, Councillor Ngongo, I'm told that it is you who will present the report. Over to you, Councillor Ngongo. You are now unmuted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Council in its entirety, highlighting Amakosa Sendlongolo. Honorable Speaker, allow me to present this report. I must acknowledge, though, Honorable Speaker, that we are pleased as the Ethics Committee with the behavior of councillors recently regarding the issue of the breach of code of conduct when it comes to community engagement. There's been a very big or huge improvement according to the reports that we have. The report seeks to give an overview of Honorable Speaker, you still hear me? The gadget that I'm using, I get interrupted, Speaker. My apologies. A report seeks to give an overview of the alleged breach of code of conduct by councillors for not holding a community engagement. It gives you, I will give a background, a slight background that seeks to give an indication where the period of which this alleged transgression takes place. It's between October and December, October to December, the quarter of October to December 2025, and also April to June 2026. Apparently, 3 councillors were alleged to have breached the code of conduct of council. From October to November to December, we had 1 councillor who breached the code of conduct, which is Councillor Aubrey Desmond Sneyman. he was processed and the hearing was conducted. He pleaded guilty on 2 counts. First breach, he pleaded guilty, and the second breach, he pleaded guilty. And the recommendation from the committee was that Councillor Snyman be reprimanded on both counts. And the second councillor who was alleged to have contravened the code of conduct was Councillor Jan Christopher van Denberg. The first breach, Councillor van Denberg pleaded guilty. On the second one, he also pleaded guilty. And the recommendation from the committee was that he be given a formal warning for both transgressions. The third councillor was Councillor Mbuyiseni Percival Mkhize, who had also been given pleaded guilty. In what happened with Councillor Mbuyiseni was that it was alleged that Councillor Mbuyiseni failed to hold one meeting in the quarter of October to December 2025. And then when he was called to appear before the committee,
There is disruption somewhere, councillors. Please mute your microphone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Councillor Mkhize failed to appear before the Ethics Committee, and because it was for several times, the committee proceeded in absentia, and he was found guilty on those on the first breach, and also on the breach 2, he was found to be guilty. Also in breach 3, he was also found to be guilty. Breach 4 also found to be guilty. And then the recommendations are as follows. The committee recommends that the municipal council approves that Councillor MP Mkhize be found guilty for breach 1 and be issued with a formal warning for having contravened item 2B of Schedule 7, all those legislation that are there, for the period of October to December 2025. The second recommendation is that the municipal council approves the Councillor MP Mkhize be found guilty for breach 2 as well and be given a formal warning. Also in breach number 3 and 4, yes. The further recommendation by the committee is that the council notes those councillors who had been found guilty and sanctioned may, within 14 days of having been notified in the decision of the council, appeal the decision to the member of the Executive Council of Corporate Government and Traditional Affairs in writing, setting out the reason with which the appeal is based, in accordance with Section 16.4A of Schedule 7 Code of Conduct. The second one, further a recommendation is that the council notes that the speaker must inform the member of the Executive Council, Corporate Government and Traditional Affairs within 14 days of the findings and sanctions decided by the council in terms of Section 16.3 of Schedule 7 Code of Conduct of Councillor. With that being said, Honorable Speaker, we therefore recommend that the council take a decision based on what the committee has submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ngongo. Councillors, the report has been summarized and also the recommendations have been clearly read. They're all agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. There is the report against DA. There is a report from Ethics. Item 13 are notices of motions. How many do we have? Yeah, they are There are three. The first notice of motion is on page 60. It's from Councillor Kison. I believe that councillors, you have seen the motion. Yes, on page 6. Is Councillor Kison still part of the meeting?
Yes, I am, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I can just give you a few seconds to briefly speak on it, briefly.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This motion is brought because despite the fanfare surrounding our water and sanitation turnaround, our reality is accelerating disaster and failures in planning. And the reason why I brought this is we are told that the target response of 24 hours is no longer here because we're looking at almost an 11,000-fold backlog. So we want to bring this through because we want to ensure that every rand collected from water tariffs goes exclusively back into the EWS asset renewal rather than being taken by administrative inefficiency or cross subsidies. And it must be resolved that EXCO must initiate a critical review of the plumbing procurements, the vetting processes within the CIP program, and assess financial sustainability of this heavy contract reliance. I think this is not about politics, it's about water in our taps. And we need to vote against this. Voting against this motion is not voting against the opposition. It's going to be an admission that we prioritize red tape and contractor profits above basic constitutional rights of the residents. So please, I'm saying to the House, residents are watching this vote. They will know who exactly fought for accountability and who chose to let EThekwini run dry. I move to support this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kison. Brief motivation. Is the notice of motion agreed, councillors?
Right.
Can I get a clear indication? Is the notice of motion supported?
Yes.
Supported, Speaker, without the blackmail, Ms. Veseso is supported.
Supported. Thank you. The notice of motion has been supported. Thank you for that. Page 61 is Councillor Olipet here. Is Councillor Gilbert here? Woodla is tainted. It's the
Norman Gilbert.
Yeah, it's Norman Gilbert. Yeah, sorry about that. Councillor Gilbert. While we are Councillor Gilbert, you can speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I am present.
Yes, you can address Councillor.
Briefly,
Councillor Gilbert.
Speaker, my motion is as a result of a tragic dog attack that occurred in my ward at the beginning or towards the end of June. And the situation that we have at the moment is we're finding that the bylaw enforcement with regards to dogs and animals in the city is wholly ineffective. We cannot afford another such attack. And I seriously request that my motion be adopted and we look into the bylaws and the enforcement of these bylaws surrounding particularly dogs, but also other animals within our wards. We cannot afford to lose another innocent resident because people are not keeping their dogs in their gardens. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gilbert. That is a brief motivation. Councillors, is the notice of motion supported?
Supported. Great.
Thank you. The last motion on page 62 is from Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh, are you present? Please raise your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you briefly motivate?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to support this motion because it addresses one of the biggest frustrations experienced by both residents and councillors. And that's a lack of accurate real-time information on water outages, electricity faults, and repair progress. Everyday residents access the service when it will be restored. Yet too often, neither nor the councillors have access to reliable updates. This creates frustrations, spread misinformation, and undermines the confidence in the municipality. Now, this motion does not ask for council to approve a new system today. It simply requests that the EXCO investigate the feasible of developing a public service delivery dashboard and report back to council on the financial, technical, and operational implication. It's a modern metropolitan municipality. We should embrace technology that improves communication and keep our residents informed. I therefore urge all councillors to support this motion and allow the investigation to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief motivation. Councillors, on page 62, is the notice of motion agreed?
Great.
Is supported. Thank you. We will now move from page 15. There's no report. Page 16 are the committee decisions. They're all noted, councillors.
Noted.
Then on item 17, we have items for noting. They're all noted, councillors.
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you very much. We will now come to an end of our meeting. We'll now allow officials to be excused. Then the acting city manager will then indicate who will left behind for in-committee item. Wait, do we have in-committee? I've seen something here. There's no in-committee. No in-committee. Not even minutes. Hey, I'm full of energy. I'm full of energy. I still want in-committee items. Councillors, there are no in-committee, oh no, Bengbunu ethics laid on table. There are no in-committee items. Councillors, I'm very proud of you. The manner you have conducted yourself in the virtual meeting really need to be appreciated. I'm humbled by the manner you conducted yourself. Thank you very much, councillors. We've come to the end of the meeting. The meeting now have come to an end. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.